I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and viewers around the world. Thank you for watching us on various platforms. Thank you for joining us and being our very dedicated, very valued, supportive community members. Also, thank you for supporting our charitable fundraiser for Mind Charity UK, the charitable fundraiser which I'm presently running on a channel, and we are hoping to raise £1,000 by the end of this year, to be precise by the 31st of December. So I hope that everyone is getting the right information about Mind and our charitable campaign, both through Twitch and then Twitter and Instagram. We have lots of links on every one of these hubs, and every single day I'm leaving my pinned tweet right at the top of the chat for everyone to read that sort of information. I'm hoping that as many of our community members as possible will join forces in order to raise the profile of the charity, retweet, repost, share the news in order to get some public attention. I need to tell you that we've had a very successful fundraising campaign during the last weekend, and this was in support of the Bungie Foundation. And the Bungie Foundation is providing technology for the children who are in hospital suffering from serious illnesses in order to remedy the distress, emotional pressures and fears that children have, and make their lives a lot better through the use of entertainment. That includes obviously video gaming and interactive communication via various platforms, as well as music and animated films, children's programs and any other programs which will be enlightening the children who have been taken away from their parents and then brought to hospital in order to have the illness treated. And we've had a very successful 2 days, through which we raised dollars that exceeded our target of 100, and we had been then accredited with the fundraiser badge, and our donors were given beautiful emotes and donor packs that could be used in Destiny games. So very, very good weekend with a successful campaign which met the target. I was absolutely overjoyed. It's for the first time I participated in the Bungie Foundation charitable fundraiser. Unfortunately, I got the dates wrong. I thought it was just lasting 3 days around the Bungie Day Festival, but actually they stretched it for 2 weeks, and I was able to get in on the tail end of the event. And as I said, very successfully, and thanks to our community members, particularly Zenith and my starries who were contributing financially, the target was met. And indeed, we were able to get all the goodies that everyone would be acquiring after supporting this wonderful, wonderful event. So how's everyone? How are you? How are you today? What's the weather like out there? We had a bit of a drizzle. We've had a few days of rain, and it's gone really significantly cooler. We don't have any more of that humidity and terrible heat which was literally plaguing us throughout the month of June. I've been quite pleased with a bit of respite, enjoyed the fresh air, was able to get really very good night's sleep on every single night. I went to bed very early on every of the days, and I've had a very good night's sleep. I've been fully rested, and that really made a world of difference compared to all that we've had in June. But June, that was very, very hot and very humid, and therefore very, very it was very difficult for us to relax, rest, work, sleep, do anything. And sadly, our friends in Europe are suffering from terrible, terrible weather. The temperatures in there are rising up to 50 degrees of Celsius, and in Greece, Spain and Portugal and Italy, they've been plagued by terrible fires. And I'm just wishing all the very best to our friends who live in those countries, and hoping that the emergency services will be on the scene, helping everyone and making sure that everyone is safe and well. Receiving an emergency phone call, so I'll have to answer that, and then as soon as I answer the call, I will be back and we'll carry on with our broadcast. I apologize for that, but I get sometimes emergency phone calls which I need to answer, and you will be very familiar with some of my other work. And that is just the way it is, really. Unfortunately, I can't predict when these kinds of calls will come in. I can see Gail's here. Hello, Gail. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Gail is one of our newer community members and has been doing a lot of online gaming together with Zenith and Shaba and a few other people. So very good to see you. Have you gone out swimming today? I know that you were telling us yesterday about your swimming pool, which is in your yard, right? And it's literally within your property, and you can just dip in at any time and then sit in a shade, enjoy a bit of that wonderful exercise. And I've done exactly the same yesterday. I don't have my own swimming pool, but it could be almost mine, as the sports center is just around the corner, and we have a very good new pool that's been refurbed and redone recently during the pandemic, so I can really enjoy it. And it's actually 3 separate pools. One is a big pool where we swim, and the other 2 are for children and for the learners, and very near me. It's only 5 minutes away. It literally could have been within my own estate, and so I've gone there yesterday, and I'll go there today again, so it'll be 5 times a week this week. I stand corrected. Like, what did I go? Can't remember now. I think I went on Monday, yeah. So 5 this week. Last week I've had no swimming due to that dreadful knee injury. And Gail says, I will definitely be dipping in a bit later. Well, good. I'll tell you one thing. When you play Destiny or other video games, it's always important to have breaks, Play it like for 90 minutes, have a break, go for 50 minutes, come back, do it again. And most importantly, after you finish your session for the day, never have a game late at night. You just simply have a good swim, and then you will feel really completely energized. The reason for that is, if people play games seated, they will get a bit stiff, and if they're stiff, they require exercise afterwards. So for me, I have this sort of routine to which I game during the day, and then I will go swimming later after the session is finished. So it's always in the evening, off late of course, and sometimes I go also for a morning swim. It could be combined. Literally enables good circulation. I feel really well energized, and I feel relaxed. Sometimes gaming could create a certain amount of muscular tension where people feel very stiff. Gail says, I can never play games for 2+ hours. Well, gaming is about entertainment and interactivity. It's all about playing games and connecting with others. So what I do here doesn't really feel like playing a game. It feels like we are in a community where we are chatting, playing a bit, doing a bit here, a bit there. The brain doesn't pick up the signal of the gaming solo, because I'm talking to everyone, I'm talking all the time, just like a broadcaster would, and therefore the engagement with the medium is on a completely different biological level. So when I do this, it's not comparable with me, for instance, playing Destiny outside of my broadcasting hour and playing it, let's say, by myself or with other guys. Do you know what I mean? Then I'm in the zone, I'm doing the game, I'm absolutely focused on what we are doing. In here, I look at the game, I play the game, I talk to my community members, I look at my secondary display, then I look at my third device. So I keep connecting with everything, and the brain doesn't really connect with gaming as the only activity, which in fact it isn't. It isn't, as we are indeed here to talk. Gaming is just a means to which we are connecting with others. And I always recommend to everyone, particularly to people doing PvP, to play matches within 90 minutes to 120 minutes, and then have a break, like a 15-minute break. And during the break they need to have something to drink. Most importantly, it needs to be water or juice or some healthy drink like herb teas, nothing caffeinated, nothing full of sugar. And they can relax, they can maybe stretch a bit if they want. People who are at home with standing exercise of yoga, they can do this as well. And then after about 50 minutes they get back, they carry on with another 90 minutes, 2 hours, and again the same routine can be repeated. It's not a good idea to be seated for longer than 90 or 120 minutes without any form of change, exercise, rehydration, or anything of that sort. I mean, generally I spent a lot of time professionally seated as I deliver professional services to people who are in the need. And that work is always, well, not always, but mostly it's delivered in a consulting room or, indoors. You're seated, you talk to somebody, the person's either seated, they're lying on a couch. And I had at one time, I remember in my younger days, huge problems with my neck. I had huge pains. And I couldn't work out what was causing the pains, because I led a healthy life and exercised, I went for a run and did other kinds of outdoor activities and everything. What turned out to be the causal factor was my chair. I've gone for treatments, I had it diagnosed, I had imaging done and everything, and they said, well, what's happening is the position at which you are during the day when you're seated with your patients is actually causing this kind of discomfort in one part of your neck due to the way your neck is, the way the neck is built, or the way it is just, per se, the way it's genetically defined. And therefore, some of the vertebrae start pushing against one another. They come very close and they feel stiff. There isn't enough circulation in there. So they said, well, the first thing you need to do is you need to get a different chair. Actually, the chair I had was a perfect chair for these types of consultations. I could be properly seated. However, it was reclining somewhat, so I wasn't in an upright seated position. And if you are wanting to maintain the healthy position, the lower back, upper back, etc., it's very important when you're seated most of the times in an upright position. In fact, I'm just reminding myself of that right now as I sleep downwards a bit. I have a very good chair, which is an ordinary IKEA chair. It's not the one used for gaming or anything special. The best thing about it, it is absolutely 90 degrees, and I should say it really provides a full solid support for my back. So when I'm seated, both my lower, upper back and my neck are not feeling any form of pressure, any form of discomfort, strain, and the circulation is as good as it should be, which was not the case then. So I was taught a lesson. It's many years ago, but at the end of the day, something as trivial as being in a position, in a chair which you consider to be very comforting and comfortable, was causing the problem. And the pain's very sizable. I really thought, oh my goodness, God knows what kinds of illnesses I'm developing, and I wanted to make sure that it wasn't something serious, and I couldn't work out what could have caused it. I've not been carrying anything, and thought maybe my exercises had aggravated it, but it was the position, the actual posture. And sometimes the posture can be causing injuries, not just to do with someone's neck, but you sort of walk and you step wrong, and suddenly you got problems with ligament. And one way or the other, coming back to what Gail said, ethical gaming and disciplined gaming is of essence, particularly in the times where we have so many titles accessible through various streaming services. And most importantly, these titles are accessible 24/7, so you do not have the clamp, the curb, the curfew that indeed would prevent you from doing it continuously. And at the end of the day, that is something that drives certain people to continuous activity, and that's not really good on any level, which includes also biological, psychological, environmental, neurological, as you could find yourself feeling overstimulated, therefore having difficulties with sleeping. I just told you, the last few days we had a refresher with that rain, and the rain wasn't as hot as we'd had it in June, so therefore the rain and wind didn't make it properly refreshing, and I've slept beautifully. I live in a building where we have quite a few hot water pipes and installations within the building that actually produce a lot of heat, so the building's generally very warm, even at times where your internal heating is not switched on. And also I was getting a lot of sun that hit the front of the building during the month of June, which made it very, very hot and unbearable. And it was actually for the first time we had such hot June, and for so long since I came to this city. And I've come here from North London, Alexandra Palace, and I've not had, well, I did have a serious problem in my old flat, as I lived on the first floor and there was a big roof above me with attic, and similar to what you get in some places, the sun would be just hitting the roof all day, and there were times where the flat felt a bit like a kiln or a major oven, and therefore I'd always vacate. I'll go to our local park, Alexander Park or Trent Park, and sit there and enjoy the nature. It was obviously a lot more pleasant, but in London can get also very humid. We get humidity in Ali Pali. We have a bit of water in there, but it's pollution coming from central London, and still a lot better, more bearable than in the flat. The flat didn't have back and front garden. I was literally just having my first floor lodgings, and a very big flat, beautiful Victorian place, and one of the best buildings on the road. But the heat was definitely very much of concern. Anyway, I just always talk about health issues here, as I can certainly connect with many of those, and I'm sure that many of our younger viewers, gamers, streamers, veterans, Destiny community members would always need to be reminded of certain parameters in order to gain health through. I want to just stress that 24/7 access is not just linked to gaming, it's also with linked to various online platforms such as Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and all the other social networkings that people or social networks that people use every single day, and that also can be seen as very much of a mechanism that stimulates alertness. Anyway, if you are in possession of a high quality smartphone, be it on iOS, Android, and if it's a recent model, you have got to always switch on night light when you are doing it at night, and night light will make it a lot less blue light intensive, and it will prevent that degree of stimuli, that the general blue light that always comes out of the screen will be doing otherwise. So just remember that, and remember to switch it on after 7 o'clock in the evening or so. What you can do is you can automate it, and then when you automate it, the phone will automatically switch it to that mode, and then you can automate it to switch it back on maybe 7-8 o'clock in the morning. So during the daytime, because it is highly illuminated everywhere, you're not going to have the same type of pertinent alertness making effect if you're using a phone, right? So just very important to remember, it affects you neurologically, and people who have got a tendency naturally to be a bit more anxious, a bit more energetic, they'll experience that as if they drank several cups of very strong coffee with high concentration of caffeine, and then there's a problem with sleep. They can't sleep well, they don't rest, the following day is more difficult, and the story just goes on and on. Obviously, instantly prevented in a long run. Right, so how is Gail? You just woken up. You're going to play Destiny a bit with us once we resume with the online gaming activity, or you'll be with us just to hear the news. So I've got actually quite a lot of news to say today. I'll cut down on my own reflections. I'll get on with the news more or less straight away, as today we've had quite a lot of things coming on the wire, as well as from Destiny community. There's some very interesting questions that the Destiny community members are raising about Bungie announcement and about other things that have been coming out of the Destiny Maker headquarters, and there's been some speculation about the future of the Crucible, about the current hidden quest, and just generally people are talking about the ongoing issues to do with certain types of elements within Destiny 2, and certain things which they're grappling with. For instance, lengthy grinds, getting certain materials, asking about particular weapons for certain activities, and we'll see it later on when I get to it. So I'm trying to think what else I was to tell you. Yeah, we've had a full week of streams, and we had a full weekend of streams. It's been a very, very hectic period for this channel and for myself and for all that we were doing. And as I said earlier, the weekend was dedicated to charitable fundraising for the Bungie Foundation, and I had some comms from them which were really very, very good, and very happy that they acknowledged the participation. And if you look at the figure which had been raised, and that's just slightly over $1 million for the charity, we exceeded the actual target the charity have had of 777,777. There must be a reason as to why they've chosen this number, I'm not sure, and we sort of exceeded about 25% roughly. So it's 25% up, exceeding the expectation. So that's phenomenal. And the vast majority of the donations were within the range between $50 and $100. So I would have been in the bracket of the vast majority of charitable fundraisers. They did have a number of corporations and big firms and some very big streamers doing the same, and they would have been contributing with larger figures, because don't forget, larger figures are not necessarily dependent on the number of subscribers and followers. They're dependent on what capital people who are watching or participating in the campaign actually have on their disposal. And I've seen that the biggest donation was about £21,000. And that was I wasn't just like a single donation, this is what somebody managed to get, but I did see that those companies had a few donors, so there weren't like, hundreds of thousands of people donating $10, $15, $20, which is like a big chunks. So people donate like £3,000, £6,000, £4,000, obviously coming from either wealthy investors or from other corporations, other firms. And for the rest of us, all of us who are working and doing things charitably and trying to raise the profile of various charities and good causes, for us it was just the target that appears to be very small. But don't forget, when we join our forces together, when we have that many people involved, then that becomes a very, very large pool of resources with a lot of revenue generated. And that needs to be a like a big how to put it, needs to be like a picture painted for everyone who's watching and considering whether they want to be involved with charities. People may consider, but what's the big deal about me giving £1? £1's not a lot. How is that going to help anyone? I can't even buy myself a cup of coffee for £1. That isn't the way it is. Every pound, every cent, every penny, every bit of shillings and pence, as we say in England, that is invested will be bringing the benefit. $50 in certain countries can make someone's life a lot better. Those people who are being hit by natural disaster or famine or disease could get medical supplies. They could get probably more than 1 month of food supplies for that amount, because the currency, $50 in the country, is worth a lot more. And you hear of the countries where people work for $5 or $10 a month. So $50, it's like three salaries, 3 to 5 salaries within that one donation. So you got to really begin to think on the global level, the fact that we have many different countries with different economies and different means accessible, and obviously the currency of the industrial world, or the countries that are most developed, will be always having, be always seen as heavyweights, right? Because they will be going a long way in those other countries, and anyone who's investing a very small amount will then contribute towards the good cause, and we are going to be getting many people from around the world doing exactly the same. So remember, that is critical. I talked to people while I was doing fundraising in the past, the conventional fundraising, doing it through fundraising events. You organize an event, you've got lectures, you've got people coming in there to listen to, you need to convince them as to why it's worth for them to be investing the money into your charity. You do kind of street-based fundraising with people asking pedestrians and passing traffic whether they want to contribute, or trying to get them to promote the cause. And I can certainly tell you, lots of people have got a very different picture on what all of that is about. And we live in a very testing era, the era where the charities are indeed under a lot of pressure together with the rest of us, and they're very much in demand. There's a huge need for people to be able to go and use such services. I think for all of you who are living in countries where you do not have charitable sector well developed, I need to explain, and I know that people who watch in Germany or France or Holland, they have charitable organizations, but don't actually operate in the same way as us. We have one sector of our industry, right, or one sector of the economy that is dedicated to the good causes, and these are the private firms. So they do not have, they're not like associations where 3 or 4 people get together and then just raise some funds. No, it's not it. It's a private company that's registered, verified, accredited with the registration number. The company that will have to prove, basically, to the government institutions what the creed, what the principle of their work is going to be, and as to why they want to be doing this charitably and not maybe in order to have some gains, which can be then shared, right? And they have a separate section of the taxation and the departments that deal exactly with those kinds of companies, and they're called the charity commission, right? So you are to be doing annual accounts, and you contribute, and every single investment, every single donation is being scrutinized, and it's being looked at in terms of where it came from, and obviously what it will be used for. So it's a very, very strict system. I'd say much stricter, in fact, than some of the other systems we have in place for personal earnings, or people who are self-employed, etc. For the obvious reason, if you are donating, you are offering your own money in order to support some good causes, and there's always a capacity for that to be abused. Somebody misusing the funds for something else, which is based on personal interest acquisition or demand, and that is prevented through the system which we have in operation. So it's not possible that you're going to be just putting a couple of adverts on Facebook and then asking for donations. It doesn't work like this. It's got to be fully accredited, registered, needs to go to the right channels, needs to be examined, and therefore the platforms like Tiltify I'm using for this campaign, and the other one I keep forgetting, they're called Donor something, just bear with me, I'll tell you, the one that was making the Bungie campaign possible, they're called Donor Drive. I beg your pardon, it's Donor Drive. Donor Drive and Tiltify are the online entities that are making such charitable fundraising possible, and obviously these companies are also registered and monitored, and the revenue goes to the right source, as indeed at the point of as it is being received. So I think I just wanted to make some clarification in that respect. I've heard people from some European countries asking me about the difference between an association and charity. Well, the difference is that an association could be just a group of people that get together, and they do not have any legal format under which they operate. They can just call themselves an association, and let's say a film fan club, or the fans of The Cure, or the bands, musicians, and that's fine. It's just like a small group of people that are having the same meet-up place, and they have the tasks which are binding them together. But a charity is a private company, a company that is registered and it's operating as a company. The difference there is that compared to a company that's working or trading for profit, a charity will have everything that is seen as a gain reinvested. So it cannot be shared with people who are effectively working for that charity, and therefore many charities are being started by volunteers. People get pocket money or their travel expenses paid. They're not salaried, they're not waged, right? And that includes people who are in top jobs, like CEOs in certain charities, and not waged. They'll have other benefits. They will have other kinds of monies accessible through the works of the charity, but they always have to be connected with the actual works. So if somebody's traveling across the country and go to various lectures and presentations, that all will be paid by the charity, maybe quite a sizable amount, but you'll have to be tied into that specific activity, which cannot be done for any other purpose but for the purpose of promoting that charity, i.e. being aligned with work. And that's just the way these things work. And the shops that trade on behalf of the charities are owned by them, and whatever is being sold in the shops is being used as a donation. So it's a non-profit. It means it doesn't have any other value but simply the value of that money being invested back into the charity for the research. For instance, charities like Mind spend a lot of money on research, as well as the ones dedicated to old age, autism, epilepsy, physical disabilities, British Heart Foundation. The list just goes on and on. We have very many charities in Britain, and each one of them is dedicated to a particular cause. So therefore the money which is being raised, i.e. the turnover coming in from certain shops which are fronting the charity, is actually a donation. It all goes in, and it is being used for further research and the benefits both of the charity and the service users, people who are using it in order to advance in different ways. So that is what it is, and this is the way we have it in Britain. And I worked for several charities in the past, and I know very well how these things work and how they're organized and what the benefits are. So I've always been very greatly in support of them. I always look forward to other opportunities, and also definitely always excited and encouraged to see that the new places are popping up and offering some new services that previously were perhaps not available. As I said, many people need such services, and therefore we need to be supporting those charities. A lot of treatments that people in some countries will get in hospitals, and the services affiliated with National Health, we have delivered. We will have delivered here in Britain through charitable works and charities. So that's also a bit different. In hospitals, people receive immediate treatments, but if somebody requires a long-term treatment, let's say counselling and mental health, they will go to charities rather than they'll stay in the charitable sector rather than stay in hospital. In hospital, they'll receive a very small number of sessions to make them, to bring them back to some degree of normality and ability. And then the rest of the treatment will be taking place in the community, not at the hospital, if you see what I mean. And the charity, like Mind, is then of absolutely fundamental importance for everyone and anyone who is in that situation in order to be able to regain the health, the ability, and get better. So that's exactly why I'm supporting all these charities, and whilst I think we all need to be a bit more aware of what these charities actually provide to our community members and to the citizens of our local communities and people who live locally and generally, I'd say, regionally, countrywide, as well as internationally. Many charities provide services such as natural disaster relief or Red Cross, where you are having professionals go into certain areas which have been affected by famine, natural disaster, war, as you've seen recently. Well, as you see today, in fact, there are such charities flying into Greece and France and Italy, where these countries are suffering from terrible fires, and they are helping, they are assisting those people who need to be recovering from all sorts of effects due to these natural disasters. This could include the loss of property, could include psychological scars, could feel, anything to do with physical health, people inhaling fumes. The list just goes on. And British Red Cross is one of those charities that is always involved in any of the hotspots around the world, and I supported them with my streams in the past as well. Alright, so that's all about charities. If you're interested and if you want to support the Mind charity, you can access the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. It tells you that I'm running a campaign. I want to be supporting them, and if anyone wants to get involved, donate, or get to know more, they can just click on the link, and all the information is going to be there. Right, so now the time is for us to crack on with the news. The news is all that's come into what's come to my desk through various news hubs, and I'm going to be telling you. Well, before we get there, for all of you who are watching, every single day I've been posting some of our community-based content on Twitter. So online gaming with Gale, Zenith, Shaba, Dark Angel, and all the other guys, our community members, has been documented and immortalized on Twitter. I've got screenshots, and these screenshots are shared. Usually there's a small message attached to the shot, and we'll have also a couple of hashtags to make sure people can pick them up on search engines. And I've got to say, some of them were quite popular. I've seen, double checked, they don't get viewed straight away, but those I've posted would have had many hundreds of views within a week. And those attracting a lot of interest are the screenshots capturing the team effort, where you have 3 people in there and everyone looking at them can actually see who these members are. Because we have our user IDs clearly on display, this is also opening up a possibility for any viewer to contact us if they want us to be participating in the game. And that's the sheer purpose of it. So they can see funky costumes, good outfits, interesting activity, exciting battles, and then at the end they can see our user IDs. So the user IDs can be used by themselves if they want to get in and bring us into the game, or vice versa. So that's the idea. And that's been popular. And for all of you who perhaps are not accessing my Twitter, I've left several links today here on the chat. You can just access the links, pull the chat down to the very top, and then you'll see the messages in there, the links to Twitter, and these are displayed, and you can just access them, have a look, leave a comment or two, and make sure that you share them as well. Sharing those screenshots will make our community grow, and it will make it possible for others to join us live online. That's very important. The way you grow a community on Twitch is literally connected to any kind of online hub. More than has got to be shared, and not just by myself, but by everyone who is participating with our online activities. The more you share, better it will be for everyone. All right, so let's have a look at the news. So quite a few things coming in. First of all, we've heard that after 3 years, hearing it through Games Radar, no one's ever truly beaten. So basically the game has been run for a while, and just like 0.0417% chance for a clear run, and no one's has bested beloved roguelike Hades at its highest difficulty level, and an expert thinks it could take as long as 85 hours to pull off even a single viable attempt. The heat gauge and Pact of Punishment in Hades gives the player more control over the difficulty settings, with options like reduced health and harder enemies. To throw out some of the less agonizing options, the heat gauge goes up to the whopping 64 levels in total, and no one has truly beaten Supergiant's game on the successive difficulty settings. So if you are a person who likes that game, just make sure that you read this, because do not get disappointed. Do not allow your heart to sink if you're not succeeding. It's very difficult for everyone, and it's less than, well, as you've seen, 0.0147% that are able even to reach it, let alone finish it. A decade-old exploit rears its head again in Diablo 4. So it is something that's popped up after 27 years, and that is the old trick to best the Butcher. So we said Diablo 4's Butcher is falling victim to the same exploit from 27 years ago. If you didn't already know, the Butcher has been terrorizing Diablo players since back in the 1990s. The fear-inducing enemy could be trapped behind a locked door in the original Diablo, and it's this trick that players are now using all over again to slay the Butcher in Diablo 4. So as first reported by Icy Veins, Diablo 4 players are now trapping the Butcher behind doors and repeatedly attacking the incredibly large brute until he falls down dead. There's nothing the Butcher can do to the player from behind the door, so it's basically an exploit that only works one way. Well, that's very good to know. On my posting there is also a video that has been posted by someone. The video is linked to a Twitter account called Diablo 4. That's not the publishers or the developers profile, but you've got this short video that's indicating how you can do that. So if you are playing Diablo, then that's obviously going to be your bread and butter. Remedy recently had its own horror situation when trying to demo its upcoming game, and you know what? That game is Alan Wake 2. We know that. We are very excited about it. So Alan Wake 2 is described as Remedy's first survival horror game, but its communication director recently experienced their own very real nightmare when they tried to show a demo of the highly anticipated sequel to a VIP. And he said today was peak developer fun. Thomas Puha tweeted explaining that the latest build of Alan Wake 2 had some issues, so he instead decided to use the demo from Summer Game Fest, which took hours to find. Well, that is uncanny, because I enjoyed that presentation, which was part of the Summer Game Fest, and it definitely gave us a very good picture. It was a bit of gameplay, and we got to know really what the game was going to look like, so that was pretty good, and surprised to hear that they just couldn't find it. And he said eventually Puha did manage to locate the demo. It's not actually a demo, it was a bit of gameplay, and when he booted it up he found that he wasn't in the mood to play Bull. I deployed it and it just simply wouldn't work, he said, adding that he was met with a weird error message despite the fact it was running on the same kit that worked just fine back in June. Well, I guess it's never too late to be triple checking, right? Particularly if you want to be displaying some stuff to some of the VIPs. And we have Bungie elaborates on the design decisions behind the new hand cannon archetype arriving with the upcoming Season 22 of Destiny 2. Well, I'm curious because there's so many weapons in Destiny 2, honestly, and I have got no problem with the weapon design. I think the vast majority of the items are beautiful. They've taken time to design every one of those pieces, and I just get kind of, fall for the vanity side, for the appearance more than the perks. I know that this is a wrong thing to say, I have to confess. I like my Guardian to look really good and to be fashionable and to be having the kit on that is noticeable, And sometimes the best, the most beautiful, the most noticeable kit actually is not particularly pertinent, doesn't give the results. And I experienced that pain several times in both games, the original and the sequel. But you know, it's just the way I think. And some of my community members said, "Hang on a minute, you just deleted this weapon. You didn't even look at the perks. You've got to look at the perks because the perks are the most important. You are just getting the certain selection of perks per weapon, and you can't really adjust them. You need to be watching out for what this weapon is going to give you." And I guess I try to do that, and I do that from time to time, but then, you know, sometimes it goes the other way, where I'm just literally coerced into keeping certain items that are not particularly powerful, but just look cool. And so let's see what they said about the new hand cannon. Bungie announced a new weapon archetype coming in Season 22 of Destiny 2, aiming to offer fresh gameplay opportunities. That will be from the end of next month, I think. Or I'm trying to think when the new season will start. Or whenever. We still have about 25 days left, I think. The return of Warden's Law hand cannon, so it's Warden's Law that's coming back, is just the beginning of a new burst fire based hand cannon archetype with more options to come. That sounds so good. Bungie is gradually revealing information about features, weapons and activities for Season 22 of Destiny 2, leading up to the showcase on August the 22nd. So I think that the new season will start on the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me, friends, if I'm mistaken, but I think there is the showcase event is kind of aligned with the season and with all that we are going to be seeing as the game carries on. So since the launch of the Witch Queen expansion, the studio has invested heavily in unique weapons and archetypes that offer players fresh gameplay opportunities, coupled with the changes introduced in Destiny 2 Season of the Deep. Bungie hopes for the upcoming expansion to the weapon sandbox to have a long-lasting effect. Destiny 2's impressive weapon arsenal and its resulting breadth of gameplay are a large part of the game's overall success. While not a unique feature for looter shooters, Destiny 2's ability to seamlessly blend weapon-based combat with ability-oriented gameplay with symbiotic perks and build crafting is almost second to none. I absolutely agree. I can't think of any game that's got such precise crafting and modding and everything else, and it does take a lot of time to learn. And don't forget, it takes a long time in Destiny 2 to grind for the mods. You've got this artifact which is seasonal, and you're unlocking the mods, and then you're importing the mods, and then you've got to be pitching the mods according to their energy cost. So, you know, you want to have the ones that are giving you the very best mixture in order to level up the ability of your Guardian. So it's not an easy task. It did take me quite a while to figure, and I learned everything through my community members and their, you know, kind advice and tutorials. Discussion yesterday on Reddit about people who are jumping the gun, and I really don't agree with that. I think Destiny is a game where one has to be learning, and the learning process is continuous. As the game is continuously evolving, we've got to be continuously learning. And the point they raised yesterday was some people jump into the Nightfall Strikes and raids without actually knowing anything about the game, and therefore they cause problems for others. Well, the way to learn is definitely not by jumping into the deep end. The way to learn is to be advertising on various platforms for help, or joining one of the Twitch channels and individual communities, and therefore asking others to help them. As we've seen yesterday, there were several people who came in saying, "Can you actually help us with raids? Can you help us with other in-game activity?" And we said, "Absolutely, we'll facilitate this." That's the way to learn it. So by watching someone's channel, by talking to the people, you are getting involved, and you can ask for assistance. So I said yesterday, if you have 5 veterans of raids and 1 person is a newbie, 5 veterans will be very glad to teach. They will know that person is in there for the first time in order to learn all about that raid. Don't come in as a 3-piece entering into a team of 3 veterans, pretending you know everything. And raids are competitive parts of this, not just to be toyed with. And that's one of the reasons as to why I've not had raids on the channel almost at all, because I don't run a channel that's based on competition. And if you start hammering the raids, you will get competitive gamers coming in, and they will change the mindset of people who watch the channel and do things here. We can do them from time to time, but this is not a competitive channel. So anyway, I just want to highlight this. We talked about it yesterday, and if you're interested, you can just go back to the session from yesterday, and you can listen to some of that on playback. It's in the first section, the first 90 minutes, where I picked up on the concerns coming from our Destiny community. And players can use various bladed and projectile-based weapons, which fall into separate categories based on functionality and intended roles. To further diversify the options, developers have broken up these weapons into subcategories based on factors such as rate of fire, optimal range, and even the number of type of projectiles fired, called archetypes. See, that's what I've learned today. I didn't realize the archetypes are actually the number of projectiles that the weapon can fire. Did everyone else know that? Gail, did you know this? An archetype is basically is the number of type of projectiles fired. That's called the archetype, right? So, you know, you learn as you go along. You learn every day, right? I apologize for just receiving some messages there in response to what I said. Thank you for that. In the latest official blog post for Destiny 2, Bungie has outlined the return of a hand cannon for from the Forsaken era, which is really a bit ill-conceived. We actually did not want Forsaken to be vaulted. Forsaken was one of the best parts of Destiny altogether, and one of the most popular expansions, together with the Witch Queen in the sequel. The post elaborates on the developer's decision to reintroduce the Warden's Law. Oh, there's Zenith there. Hello Zenith, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us. Thank you. I've seen your message about Felwinter Peak. I've not responded to yet because I'll bring it in afterwards as we have the community content. You know, when questions, Q&A is coming from community, that comes at the end of my kind of news and the first section, so I will be responding to that. It's a very good video. It's a bit lengthy for posting on Twitter because they have restriction on how long the video can be, and I'm certainly going to be cutting out a piece, and I'll be posting it on Instagram and YouTube and on Twitter. You know, people definitely love watching these videos and such discoveries, and obviously completing a task which is otherwise extremely difficult will be studied and will be seen as a tutorial. People really enjoy watching these types of expeditions and achievements. So the post elaborates on the developer's decision to introduce the Warden's Law hand cannon from the previously mentioned expansion and bring necessary changes to make the weapon compatible with the sandbox, which is currently present. A unique hand cannon with burst fire capabilities, the current iteration of Warden's Law fires 2 rounds per trigger, fires 2 rounds of trigger pull instead of 3. The new weapon also boasts different bullet spread patterns, a slow burst rate of 600 RPM instead of the older 900, so it's I guess less powerful, to compensate for the recoil, a slightly elevated time to kill of 0.93 seconds, an optimal range of 35 meters with manual recoil control, and plenty of design space left for perks to improve the different stats even further. I've got to say that really never interests me. You know, I really never spend time looking at all these in-depth stats, but I'm always amazed by how many people are in awe of the detailed stats applied to every single weapon. For me, I need the general stats, and then I will decide whether that particular weapon works for me or not. But I've seen amongst our community members here, there are a few who will remember the exact specs, and they will be able to literally pull them out of a hat on demand. Amazing. And I've got to rely on that as well. And I can see that Zenith and Gale are communicating and asking each other about how the day's been so far. And to put in perspective, it's very early where Zenith and Gale are. I'm in Britain, in England to be precise, and it's 3 o'clock now PM, and I think Gale and Zenith are having about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, right? And that's fairly early. I woke up today at 7, which is a bit earlier than usual for me, but I've been really wide awake ever since and really felt very rested thanks to that purified air due to the showers and wet weather which had been sustained here during the last few days. Right, so while the post mentions the exotic hand cannon Crimson as an example of differing philosophies, the developers haven't commented on any future exotics of this archetype. Considering Bungie has a penchant for saving exotic weapons and armor as a late season surprise, players should not be abandoning all hope just as yet. Well, that's good news. We'll look forward to that new hand cannon. We have some news on Modern Warfare 2, and Activision confirms that Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2 Season 5 includes an in-game reveal event for the highly anticipated Call of Duty 2023 title. So Season 5 of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 will feature an in-game reveal event for Call of Duty 2023, potentially titled Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. So it's still untitled, but it will be featuring that sort of event for people to get introduced to it, and it's like an in-game advert. It's amazing what the developers come up with nowadays, It's absolutely extraordinary. Just try to think if you walked into the tower and there was like a hologram of some sort, and you press a button and you get some excerpts from the final shape, like clips, like a trailer. I think that the possibilities are really sky high. It's just down to the imagination and the overall capital, that a developer will have on the disposal in order to make these sorts of interesting events. And as you can see, some of the games are truly excelling. So the season will introduce new multiplayer content, including a revamped map, new game modes, and variants of the popular gunfight mode. The worldwide reveal for Call of Duty 2023 will take place at a later date, and players can choose to participate in a faction showdown event in Warzone separate from the reveal. Coming back to this, they also said that they'll be bringing back the original Verdansk map, and I really like the idea. I really miss that map. I've not really played other maps as much, and Verdansk we hammered throughout the pandemic for about 18 months, and we just loved it. We knew every corner of it, and it was just a perfect map for that sort of game. I didn't like the other maps as much. They were different, they had a different terrain, they were different in size, and you had to use different techniques. I guess the idea was to make the game more interesting and less boring, thinking that if you have the same map, the same in-game activity, people just depart after a certain time. That is not really the case. I thought they were vaulting that map far too early, and with various seasons there were sections of the map destroyed due to whatever was based on the game narrative. Some attacks, nuclear explosion, you name it. And it's a plausible explanation, but we didn't enjoy it. We much preferred the old maps, and we had a lot of fun whilst we played Verdansk. Next week you are going to be able to try Payday 3, which is a kind of armed robbery type of game, and that is going to be accessible on PC and Xbox Series X and S for anyone, I believe, who is a subscriber. And so it's a high society, as they call it, on Eurogamer, and that will be accessible from the 2nd of August. So that's Wednesday the 2nd of August to Monday 7th of August. About a lengthy weekend, right? Like an extended weekend. The upcoming Co-op Heist 3 call will be available to try as part of a technical closed beta, with a classic heist from the series and the original gang available to play. So that means removing cash from a bank in the No Rest for the Wicked mission, and then playing as one of Payday's major masked foursome, Dallas, Hoxton, Chains, and Wolf. And you'll be able to replay the mission to your heart's content, though your progress will eventually be capped at Infamy level 22 and weapon level progression 8 if you wanted to know. So if you want to be participating, you have got to be requesting access, and that is through Steam or Xbox Insider app. So if you're listening, just remember that Payday 3 is not instantly accessible like out the blue, randomly. You have got to be asking for the permission, and that is in order for them to see what the interest for the game is likely to be. And you need to do this through either Steam or Insider. So that's what it is. You have very good trailers already on YouTube, and we've seen the presentation during, I believe it was during the Summer Game Festival, and looked good. I'm just not that keen on armed robberies being glamorized. I just don't like the idea. I think certain kinds of activities will need to be given a particular kind of moral context. And from what I've seen in Payday 3, that's not really the case. Or maybe it is. Maybe I'm just jumping the gun. Maybe I need to play the game and find out what happens to the hoods right at the end. But I remember playing GTA 5. I was just reminded of the game the other day, and as they've introduced it again to the Game Pass, and I'm presently playing it on the Smart Delivery Edition, where it's upgraded to X and S level with better graphics and sound and everything. And I'm just astonished to see the shootout right at the beginning, in which all the hoods get away and all the police get killed, and it's just extremely brutal. So anyway, you can obviously decide for yourselves, but that's certainly my take on what we see in some of the video games. Humble Bundle RPG offer lets you catch up with Baldur's Gate series to date. So that's pretty good. You are getting them on discounted rate as well. And if you want to be getting number 1 and number 2, I've seen actually prior to the Summer Game Festival, we did have those two offered on I think about £14 through Xbox Game Pass, through the Microsoft Store. So it's a very, very, very low price for the full content, the Ultimate Editions, and also everything fully remastered. Sadly, I didn't pay attention to it and I missed the last date, so I didn't get it. So I need to wait until the prices drop again. Maybe it already dropped. I need to double check this week. I've got them on my wish list, so anytime the prices drop, I get pop-ups and notifications telling me, you need to have a look. Just remember that if you're on console, you need to always enable that. Like on Xbox, you will get notifications for everything that is presently discounted, which is also on your wish list. It makes it really easy to get to the titles, and it makes it really easy for people to choose and never forget. But you got to have the revenue to invest, and I bought a few games during that week, and there are certain games I'm not particularly in hurry to buy. With the Assassin's Creed, for instance, I have quite a few installments, but there are a few that I've not purchased, and the entire selection is accessible through PlayStation Plus Premium. So what's the point of me chasing some of the discounts whilst I can't actually access them free of charge through the streaming platform? So there will be priorities. For instance, the priority for me was getting 2 Ultimate Diablo games. That's Diablo Remastered or Resurrected number 2, the Ultimate Edition, and also the one of Diablo 3. So just think about the content. It's just phenomenal. It's a massive games, and in normal circumstances they will cost you altogether about £200. I think it was about £99 or £95 priced per Ultimate Edition at the time, and I got them both on the price of £12.95. So that was incredible, and it was like a special offer for the members of the Ultimate and people who are also on Xbox Live Gold. So it's like a special discount after discount, and getting those 2 games on the price of less than £13 was just a fantastic bargain, one of the very best I've ever had in video gaming. The RPG Legends Baldur's Gate and Beyond Humble Bundle launched yesterday, and the whole bundle contains the enhanced editions of both Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 alongside various other bits and pieces. That's exactly the same. Neverwinter Nights, Complete Adventures, and Pathfinder Wrath of Righteous are also included. So the bundle lets you pay what you want, though encourages you to chip in at least $9.29 to get most of what's on offer. Well, that's a no-brainer. If you are playing your games on PCs, absolutely chip in and take the advantage. These are fantastic games. Neverwinter, the Complete Adventures, is one of my favorite games of all times, and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is a very good game as well. And then you get both Baldur's Gate, both installments. Hang on, man, my voice is gone. Bear with me. I do apologise. You get both installments of Baldur's Gate for next to nothing, and that is definitely the best possible deal. In fact, I will check it out myself today. We have Xbox Gold games, the last ever Gold lineup, and that will be of Dungeons and Driving apparently. They will phase out the Gold scheme at the end of this next month. So these are the last 2 titles to come in on that scheme, and the users will be able to get their hands on Blue Fire and Inertial Drift. They're not particularly interesting games, I've got to say. A bit disappointed considering it's the very last two. We wanted something better, and that's not really very exciting. And Blue Fire is an adventure game set in the world of Penumbra. You have lots of puzzles and adventure-like activities. Inertial Drift is an arcade racing game, so I will claim them. I claim these games every single month, and in the course of last month I had this game where you played the lead character as if you were blind, and I thought this was a real challenge. This was an extraordinary concept. I never played anything like that. And also during the same week I watched a documentary on the one of the Forza developer executives who is actually himself blind. He had created a system for which you can play Forza and race and compete as a blind person. So I have no idea how he's able to do that, because really the whole concept is unusual and to a degree mind-boggling. But in the documentary he talked in depth about the achievements, and he actually competes and he's succeeding to complete various races, and he explained what the concept is and how it works for somebody who actually cannot see. So if you have a moment, definitely please have a look at that documentary. It is on Xbox Podcasts, so it's Larry Hrib and Jeff Rubinstein, and it is, trying to think, within the last few weeks of their podcast. You'll be able to find it with ease. If you go to Larry Hrib's Major Nelson page, he's got everything nicely sorted, and that particular section of Forza and Forza being made accessible to people with disabilities is prominently visible, so you can't miss it. Capcom has announced a September release date for Monster Hunter, the new location-based mobile game from Pokemon Go studio Niantic. Alongside the gameplay reveal, it's also been confirmed which monsters and weapons will be available at launch. Let me just see at what date the game is released. I'm quite curious. September the 14th. So developed and distributed by Niantic, the title will be released for iOS and Android devices globally on September the 14th. So that's great. I really love the game. I played it on Xbox and PlayStation, and I think it combines the very best of Capcom. What we've seen with the games like Devil May Cry, hack slash type of game, and then their general sort of genuine RPGs, and so many lovable characters in the game, and there are so many things to do, and everything blends in so perfectly. The lovable characters with the story, with the quest, with crafting, with monsters. I just remembered that I'm getting the access on Xbox to Wild. Really interested in that game. I've watched trailers and gameplay, and it's, I guess, within the range of Monster Hunter World, right? Because you're hunting monsters, but it's not the same. It's just it's a different kind of game, but definitely looked very good. If anyone played it, just let me know what you thought. Wild, that is. Xbox Summer Spotlight 2023 kicks off today, so that was yesterday, promising a new wave of games and pre-orders over the next few weeks. That basically is a festival to which you can get lots of discounted games, and you can buy them on Xbox at Microsoft Store, and they have more than 50 games and pre-orders for Xbox Series X and S and Xbox One in time. Some of them are Double Dragon Gaiden and Colossal Cave Nova Strike, and Stream Arcade, The Wandering Village, Ed Zero Zombie Uprising, Exoprimal. Exoprimal was out at the moment. It's just been released a week ago, I think, and a very good game. Mr. Run and Jump, Noob, The Factionless Scarf, The Expanse of Telltale series. Telltale series is always interesting, and The Valiant. Well, there are titles that you can access early through the Xbox Summer Spotlight, so definitely hurry there and make sure that you watch and pick and choose from the list. Paul Tazzi says, this is even from Diablo Royster PC Gamer. You can say that they're two different and not competitors all you want, they're competitors. And basically what you spotted was this article on PC Gamer from one of their staff writers who said, the best thing about Diablo 4 is that it has stopped me from playing Destiny 2. Well, I mean, why? How? Both of these games are quite similar in concept. You have a major open world there, and you are to be engaging with online servers. There are many online activities within the structure of a multiplayer with other teammates. So the staff writer Tim Clark said The only thing that can break the spell of one live service looter is another live service looter. It's taking it a bit too far, I think. So he asks, when do you accept you've got a problem? Well, that's a good question. For years now I've known I was playing Destiny 2 too much. My playtime on Steam is so high that I've become embarrassed to admit the number. Well, that's really also embarrassing, because you should be able to tell us how many hours you played. We have people who played Destiny for more than 15k hours, so it's nothing embarrassing about that. Just people love the game and spend all the time with their mates. So my playtime, but suffice to say, it's in the many thousands of hours, and that does not include all the time it was only available through Battle.net. I also recently crossed the ridiculous threshold of 4 million kills in PvE. 4 million kills in PvE. Well, he played it for quite a while, so that's for sure. Which means I've somehow killed more aliens than the entire population of Croatia. That's really funny. My most shameful point, though, was delaying a medical procedure so as not to miss the launch of the Witch Queen expansion. So even his life and his health was being tailored to the actual online activity. My dear sir, you were taking it too far, Mr. Tim Clark. And a knock-on effect was that when we moved apartments a few days later, I was basically incapacitated and barely helped with the boxes. Somehow my girlfriend did not leave me. I've rationalized my addiction. I'm uncomfortable by saying I do not have kids and susceptible to kidney stones. I'm reasonably healthy. Whose business is it but mine if I want to spend my nights and weekends raiding with mates, endlessly tinkering with builds and futzing around with my Warlock's fashion? Over time, though, something has eaten away at me. Like most of my colleagues, I was always pretty omnivorous when it came to gaming. Each year I'd play as many as the big releases as possible, dipping into acclaimed indies and surprise hits along the way. But eventually all my time, note I don't have any spare time, was being taken up by Destiny and, to much and lesser degree, Hearthstone. I guess he's really into looters and shooters and getting certain kind of quests completed and picking up loot, and there are some addictive elements in Destiny 2 if you want to be excuse me, catching up with all these tasks. I think it's a difficult thing for a completionist. I remember Captain Jack telling me he's a completionist, he says, and he's always having at least half a dozen quests still to complete, and he was very unhappy because this would be taking up all of his time. So I think our friend here, the PC Gamer staff writer, is somewhat similar. And it was easier to stick with those games which I already loved and had a community of friends playing and talking about, than take risks on new games I might not like. The more I play Destiny 2, the deeper the well of knowledge I built up, and I dare say the better player I became. Found myself bouncing off other games, especially shooters, because I immediately didn't like the feel. Only Titanfall 2 made a dent. As to why Destiny 2 had its hook so deep, I can trace the warning signs back to the early Halo games. Well, I mean, fair enough. I replayed those endlessly because nothing gave me close to the same kick as Bungie's combat. I combined that dopamine dispensing gunplay with the Skinner box of the modern live service model, and I was always going to be in trouble. Well, I've come across a number of people who were doing Warzone and Apex who were feeling exactly the same degree of adrenaline. And there were people who would have come to our squad through random matchmaking, and they would literally want to wrap up the match and crack on with the other one before we looked at the stats. And you just felt they were buzzing. And I just think this is such an unhealthy way through which you can enjoy or enter such arena, because the games were not created for you to be literally shaking and feeling so high due to the dopamine levels or due to the adrenaline which has been generated due to non-stop activity. It's exactly the other way. It's all about the team, and I think our friend here probably I don't quote me on this, but it just comes across that he does it all by himself. And some people like to big up the ego or man up, so to speak. It's not a good idea. The games were not created for that sort of reason. I think the difficulty levels, the Diablo 4 in particular, had attracted some people who want to say, well, I cracked the game all by myself. But that's not the way the game was created for. The game's been created for that with your team. Bigger the team, greater the abilities, bigger the skills, the greater the rate of success. It's just as simple as that. It's just not a good idea. Anyway, I just want to spend more time on this. He obviously is having some issues, and he replaced Destiny 2 with Diablo 4, and finding himself being completely driven to play the game day and night. And you know, what else do we have here? Just a couple of more. Yeah, just one more actually. Entry, and that's again linked to Call of Duty. I told you about Warzone and the new map coming back in, and apparently Mirage is the next Call of Duty operator, so and then bring her into Warzone and Call of Duty, and it's her and Snoop and 21 Savage, and this is all blending in with the celebration of hip-hop. And they're celebrating, what is it, 30 or 40 years? 50 years, actually. It's 50 years already. So, in order to celebrate this, Nicki Minaj is coming to Call of Duty Warzone and Modern Warfare. And this is not like Chili Nicki, Activision said. This is Red Ruby the Sleaze. So she looks really tough, and I've got pictures of her here on my posting. If you go to Twitter, you'll be able to see it. And she's holding this kind of pink gun and sing hip-hop. The award-winning artist joins Warzone and Modern Warfare as part of the free content drop for Season 5, which is set to go live on August the 2nd, so it's more or less imminent. It's within a week. Minaj will be the first ever self-named female operator in Call of Duty and will come to the game with her own store bundle. Activision confirmed that Minaj did her own voice whilst working for the operator. Minaj did her own voice work for the operator, yeah, and while specific bundle contents and pricing have not been announced, it will be in line with the other licensed bundles. Season 5 will also add 4 new maps and 3 new game modes to Modern Warfare 2, a pair of new vehicles, which is MRAP, and a dirt bike to Warzone, new weapons and operator skins, and other new content. Full details are available on callofduty.com. Well, 3 rappers, 3 hip-hop artists coming in, and they will be celebrating 50 years of that style. So that's quite good. I quite like that. And I have to say, when they had Rambo, Sylvester Stallone, when they had Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, you know, these are very significant outfits. And I actually met some of my best community members and people who I'm very close to today through the use of these skins. So Spurs would have never been part of our regiment and our online Warzone community had he not had that Leatherface outfit. I noticed him as we were doing the game through random matchmaking, and we hit it off straight away due to the outfit. He knew all about the film, so did I, and you know, we just cracked on with more matches, and it was just like a really terrific experience. It was just the best possible way for which you meet some great people, and then you bring them in and they become your permanent community members. So just remember, there is a great value behind some of those skins and inventions. It isn't just about monetizing. Obviously, having Schwarzenegger or Stallone will help some of those dollars to come the developer's way, but these kinds of things can bring new friendships. They can make people meet others. They can build communities, or through them, certain kinds of subsections of one community can be evolving. And I think that's really a very, very good idea. Obviously, if we are purchasing those skins in a moderate quantity, and if we are keeping in mind that everything is costing, and we shouldn't be having every one of the skins, and you know, taking it too far. So that's all on the wire. So that's all that's come in overnight. And then we have a few questions from our community members who are members of the Destiny community. And I'm quite curious, really, about what you think. Let me just see. I lost my thread there. I apologize for that. I've got everything lined up nicely. Well, I know that there are some community people who really like it, and I give an example. Sekapupu is one of them. And Sekapupu, if you're listening, this is a question for you and for the other guys that are hammering it. What's happened to Crucible? Asks Weird Fun 74. WeirdFun74 is a community member who is aligned to the Destiny community on Reddit. He says, I genuinely do not understand what's happened to PvP in Destiny. Early Destiny 2 I played a lot of PvP but have no issue going flawless. Average ran 1.5 KD, definitely not the best but still reasonable. And I'm very good at other competitive games like Halo, rank 50 and Overwatch GM. But now, when I load up into a simple control game, I genuinely struggle to get even a couple of kills for the entire game. Everyone seems to never miss and I just delete me with the most random loadout. I appreciate that some of you would just reply with a, whatever, you're not good enough, but I'm genuinely lost and I do not really think that my skill or lack thereof is the only reason I'm getting dumped on. So he's questioning basically the service and the overall connectivity. And Just the Flawless says, all the casuals have left and only the remaining ones are straight up PvP demons from both the D1 and beta. I don't agree with that. It's not quite like that. It's all to do with the way the latency works and the way people get access to the servers. We have seen and have been this weekend in a couple of matches when one match I will be getting 17 to 22 kills in the Crucible, and then with the next match with another crew I would be just dying all the time, and that's a clear indication of a serious server related problem. You've got the same sort of ability which you are applying to what you do there, similar maps, even the same maps in fact, it was just bringing up one map continuously, and the server connectivity causing all these problems, and that's the basic reason. So let's see what other people say, and let's see. Eric the Infonaut says, which in turn dissuades anyone who's new to the game or new to the PvP to engage with Crucible, because loading into an activity and getting rocked repeatedly just isn't really a good time, so the population of players just continues to get smaller. I agree. I think this is completely unwelcoming to anybody who's new, both to Destiny and the Crucible and the PvP, and they really need to sort this out. We've seen many server errors in recent months. I don't know why they're happening, but they're definitely happening. And initially I thought this could be to do with my new internet connection, because I'm in Britain and Bungie and the servers are in the US, and there may be some sort of issues with the international connectivity, and particularly my new internet connection, which is not a wire connection but the one coming in 4G and 5G. It turned out that everyone else in our US-based communities experienced the same, with the same frequency and exactly the same error messages are popping up on their systems. Not always at the same time, needs to be stressed, but they're also getting them. The error messages we get are baboon, anteater, weasel, and bee. So another person says, Observation Lurker, he's called, I avoided like the plague and I've played since the very first day. And I'm the Dayman 21 says, well, I explained to you what actually is the matter. The problem is how the SBMM works. Bungie will pair up a couple blueberries and maybe 2 top level players against 6 half decent players, and they will think that this is even. But a top level player can only do so much, and even if they win, those blueberries are going to have a miserable time getting to that win. Oh look, I won and I had 42 KDA. He's referring obviously to new players. FF says exactly this happened after the last patch, and maximum another 1 with Guardians level 2 to 6 against stacked G6, G11. And guess what happens? My team cannot move away from our spawn place. I run away left to right to catch theirs because point B is full of enemies already. Well, obviously it's the problem with the server access. And also I don't want to talk about the trails because there is a nightmare. Same problem, me solo with another G7 maximum that does not play like a team. And they go berserk solo to be insta-snipe by cluster strike, and I'm left solo VS 2 to 3 most of the time. Maybe sometimes I manage to get 1 kill. When asked them why they go solo and not push together, look, so he just goes on and on. I mean, basically, the problem is with the server connectivity, and like the other person had said, the problem is with SBMM. And now I'm genuinely curious, but above average by default, because I started playing this game when Lightfall came out, so that's a few months back. I started playing Crucible more seriously about 1.5 months ago, but also I've not touched any PvP game since playing PlanetSide 2.5 years ago, and my KD is currently 1.5 average across all Crucible. I'm not saying any of this to brag, but my experience with PvP in this game has been overall very positive. Don't understand. That's really weird. How can that be? So I'm wondering why some people like OP are having a harder time than others. Well, I can tell you why. Because you are connecting to Bungie servers quicker and faster. It's similar to what you get if you're doing financial markets trading. Why is it that the top trading firms are always placed very close to the central bank or to wherever the hub of where the servers really are that are connected to FTSE or Nasdaq? Why is that? Well, it's purely the law of the physics, because they will get the information when they're placing their trades much faster and much quicker than anyone else. And it's exactly the same thing that applies to PvP gaming. If you're a top-notch gamer, you will need to have fast access to the server. That's number one. I need to check how fast the server access is. By that I mean the server of the game. Number two, you need to have ultra-fast fiber, which is the fastest that exists. Number three, you need to have the latest state-of-the-art equipment. So those three factors are blending together, which will give you the ability to excel. If you've got that, and then have people who come in with the internet, like mine, for instance, in the past, which has got one upload thing, you will have 55 kills within 5 minutes with me, because guess what? Wherever I walk, I leave a path. The path is massive. I'm not just like a one tiny little dot or character. I'm like a Mount Everest in that game, and that Mount Everest is called latency. It's called lag. It's the path, and any place of that lag which is being hit will cause an instant death. So it's easy peasy for the other guy who is on very, very fast fiber. I think people need to conceptualize this, because they can get upset and demoralized. And I've seen that many times. I've seen sometimes people playing on the internet, which comes on a stick. And what you will see is the in Apex or in the Crucible, you will see this character, this Guardian, walking, and then he disappears, and then he sort of pops up at another spot. So he keeps appearing and disappearing due to the actual internet connection problem. That makes it extremely difficult for the opponent to see him, because he's popping up and then disappearing. So eventually he can just get a weapon like a machine gun or an automatic, and then literally spray bullets everywhere. And obviously this person will die instantly. But that is one of the main issues with the latency and with the way these servers for the PvP work. So another person, a username is called, unused username. This decline pretty much perfectly lines up all the reintroduction of SBMM. It killed the existing PvP community, but whatever the new player-based Bungie expected to materialize and replace the outgoing players actually never came. They can tune in the SBMM all they want, but until the PvP team gets some influence on the ability sandbox, this is never going to work. You can't put SBMM in a game where skill explicitly doesn't matter and expect things to work out. This is the exact reason why it failed the first time, and they did nothing to stop it from doing the second implementation. And well, other people also speculating, but basically what the experienced guys are telling you in there is that it is all about the server connectivity, and if you have any problems with that, you're not going to be succeeding. And this could vary within a selection of matches as well, depending on where you live, what your region is, and how you play and how you connect, and what kind of internet you have at home, what sort of, people are using Wi-Fi, for instance. You should never use Wi-Fi for PP. You should always have a proper via Ethernet connection, and your upload speed has got to be up to the hilt. So if I'm coming in with the upload speed of 15 and your upload speed is 1000, I stand no chance. Obviously I stand a chance if you're going to be standing somewhere without pulling a weapon up. So sling a weapon, stand there, I'll be able to eliminate you, but it will take me quite some time because my hits will not register quick enough. Do you see what I mean? Anyway, I talked about it quite a bit, but this is a very good and very interesting discussion. So we have another person saying here, Nightfall or Grandmaster Nightfall, and he's asking, might be a silly question, but why could I play Nightfall last week, but now it seems to be paywalled, so I can't play it. It was so close to being able to play the Grandmaster version as well, but not as it's paywalled. Is there something else I need to do? And is there something else I can play that is of a similar value? I'm new and I really don't understand what happened. So the answer is, if the Nightfall is a strike that came with the DLC, you need to own the DLC to do it. Last week it was a free strike disgraced. This week it is Lightblade, which is a Witch Queen strike. So that explains the difference. And you will see sometimes that as Destiny offers a lot of content free of charge, if you are on the platform like myself, for instance, I am on PlayStation 4, where I do not have the full content of Destiny 2, right? I have the full content on Xbox, and I will be able to access the entire seasonal content, all of my armor. I'll be able to access the stats, but certain sections that are tied to the paid expansions or the paid content are not going to be accessible. So for instance, if I want to be streaming Destiny 2 due to the Twitch problems on Xbox, I have to be streaming it off my PlayStation 4, which means I will not be able to engage with some of these activities that I have not purchased separately from Xbox, right? So he's having exactly the same problem. And Destiny the game, so let's see, our friend Toffee, he says, I'm struggling to hit double 100s with my Solstice armor rolls and could use some guidance. I think our friend Zenith probably could advise him, because we were doing the tutorial the other day, and look what he says. I actually definitely highlighted this request because I thought you might be able to help him. He says, essentially I'm trying to hit 100 in both Resil and Discipline with around 40 to 50 distribution in mobility and recovery. So it's resilience and discipline he wants to have 100, right? And he's got 40 to 50 distribution, mobility and recovery. I don't necessarily care too much about intellect and strength. I want to use 6 Coyote in the build. Is there a resource out there which will assist me in achieving this? Thanks in advance. I think probably the best is for somebody to advise him through the messaging. And in here we have another person saying, just remember that there are 2 different stat pools that the armor can spike in. Resilience, recovery and mobility are in one pool, while discipline, strength and intellect are in another one. So if you want your armor to spike for resilience and discipline, have your ghost mod to be whichever of the 2, and you're not going to focus in the silver ash consumption part. So he says, I was going to focus discipline with silver ash output on the resilience ghost mod beforehand, and that's exactly what Zenith and myself were doing during the weekend. We were using the resilience mod on the ghost, which was then tied in with the rest of the armor. And then another person, Taco Train, says, what I would recommend... Oh, Taco is here. Oh, hello, Taco. How are you doing? Taco indeed is a member of our community, and he has been very active in the early days of the channel. I've not seen him now for a while. He's also in Australia. What I would recommend is use the resilience focus option with recovery armor ghost mod. The all but guarantees that that the first pool of stats, mobility, resilience and recovery is to your preference. Now the stickler is that you have to pray for the armor to be disciple heavy, and as someone else mentioned, they've got the link here, can be your friend. So he's actually sending him to another person who's got some videos up and running. And we have Mixed saying, check for pieces where MOB plus res, that's mobility and resilience, combine nets you like 30 points, and where's that, discipline is 20 points, ideally 25 for god roll. And so Milky Way says, this comment is wrong in many ways. Armor works with up to 34 in each stat category, so it's 68 in total. A god rolled armor would be 2 to 30 split in both stat categories, in whichever order you want it. So mobility and resilience can only reach 30. For hunters, the ideal stat split would be 5-7-7 in the first bucket. With a lightweight weapon, will be 7-7-7, and as much DIS as possible. Discipline, I guess. 7-7-7 BC, you can use fonts to reach 4 times 100. For the other two classes, you want as little mobility as possible, better for skating, and 100-100 on your resilience and recovery. So that's very interesting, and as you could see, people are really struggling with the idea of how to level up the armor and get the strength up for the Guardians. So we have some thoughts on the Witness. So I'm quite curious about this as well. Catchmander has written, thoughts on the Witness. Now that we know more about the Witness's origins, doesn't it just seem like just another godlike being imposing what they think the universe should be? They're not a pre-existing entity that we thought like the Traveler, and they interpret the Traveler as chaos with no meaning or purpose, while we all know it is what you do with what we haven't been given that creates purpose. It's very philosophical. I didn't even get what he said. Not to undermine the Witness's power or law, but I'm getting tired of many franchises just introducing the next big bad guy algorithm. Want to hear your thoughts, feelings after seeing the newer cutscene. The cutscene that's part of the seasonal content we watched a couple of weeks ago. And so we have lots of different thoughts in there. And let me just see what this said. Aki says, well, for all we know, the Traveler is just not a very nice person. Not sure about the Witness's plan to link Vale and Traveler, but in case of the Elixir, he just ran and left them to die. Humans did the same to us, and I can't help but to see a lot of Vex on the worlds that the Traveler terraformed. And I can't help but see a connection between Vex and Traveler. The answer I want is, why didn't he run this time? How are we different from all the civilizations before us? Also, so far, the chosen by the Traveler, of whom we know their former existence, have all been kind of terrible in their former lives. The Witness, they have a weird way of seeking purpose, and I do not feel like they're really like a big bad wolf anymore. Seems like they wanted to prevent the Traveler from always running. You know what I'm interested in? These guys are really philosophical. They really take this thing seriously. It's about the meaning of life. It's about, the discussion in there is almost like this is the most important thing in the world. I like that. I like it when, people take certain things seriously. And these are the guys who really like the narrative. So the chap discussing things there, they're not really your PvP players. They're absolutely into the narrative, into the story, into the game, and they want to find out more about the characters. And they say the Witness isn't genocidal. It's not after us, the Hive, the Fallen, or any other race. It's after the Traveler. It annihilates anything that tries to stop it, but that's not genocide. If we just ignored it, the Witness would not really pay attention to us. As you could see, now it's going to be a discussion on what really genocide is, and the discussion goes on. One last question that's come in. Let me just see. Another chap. He is called Greyroll, and he says, starting Destiny 2 again after a couple of years missing. Hey guys, thinking about whether to buy Destiny 2. Did play when it first came out, and I really didn't like it too much, and dipped in, and then went out until a couple of years ago. Wondered what's the best way to buy it now. And I know base is free, but from my understanding, there is no point buying all the expansions as they are removed from now on. Am I mistaken in assuming that? Wish I could just buy a D2 bundle with all the packs in, but not even sure that that's a thing anymore. Well, I could certainly say to our friend, you can buy certain packs which are full of different expansions. You're not going to be able to do the latest one. The latest one is excluded from the pack, so it's the bundle including everything but the latest that are separate. And you can also get kind of bits and pieces from various other bundles if you wish. And If you want my opinion, is it worth it? Absolutely. And you definitely want to be purchasing the bundle that has everything, or as many expansions as possible. As with the purchase, you will be getting quite a sizable number of unlocked sections of the game, and you'll be able to engage with the entire content. Hence, I think the dungeons where you would require a separate key, but that's just about it. Everything else is then instantly accessible, it's unlocked, and you can really crack on with everything that is on offer. You don't really, I mean, you can play the freebie and you can have a lot of fun, and I would recommend, if you're playing the freebie, for you to purchase the recent seasonal content, because with the seasonal content, everything you do there becomes a bit more meaningful. It also is giving you an extra insight into the story and all that is presently being worked on, i.e. paving the way for the final shape. The game is presently more aligned with the narrative and with the storytelling compared to what we'd had right at the beginning, and the game is also being reworked. Different parts of Destiny 1 are being imported into Destiny 2, so I'd say yes, absolutely, and I can recommend you the packs on Xbox or PlayStation. They offer them good prices. You probably will have to wait for major discounts, and these discounts are seasonal, so have them maybe 2 or 3 times a year if you want to be getting them on a good price. But if you purchased a big pack containing everything but the latest expansion, you will not be sorry. And I got to see here a few comments. There are what we call legacy packs on Steam containing Year 3, 5 DLCs. Bungie has committed to not vaulting any DLC content going forward. Well, I don't really trust that, because they said it before, and we've seen some of the content being vaulted, and I'm absolutely against that. I think this is so wrong. If we paid for the DLCs, they're very expensive. We really want to keep them forever, and I have a problem with the content disappearing. I paid the expansions like Forsaken and the previous DLCs, and I did pay for the content that came in with the Year 1. It's all gone. I can't access it anywhere, and that is what really causes everyone's eyebrows to be raised. We paid for the content. We want that content to be accessible. I think they're probably toying with the idea of vaulting it temporarily, and they will bring it back in some other format at a later date. And it's partly to do with the space they require, and the speed, and the maintenance, and the service. And then it's also great to do with how they're reworking the whole Destiny universe. It's more aligned with the story. What parts of the story will be unnecessary? What do you want actually to come back in? What's been seen as spare? In Forsaken, for instance, Cayde died, and now we're going to have Cayde back in the final shape. So one wonders how this is going to be all together tied in. What's the link, and what's the reason for him to come back? How was he able to come back? The chaps you just heard from, they will be speculating, debating about this as it was the most important thing in the world, because they will want to find out what the reason for Cayde's death and disappearance and comeback actually was. They need to have some sort of logical explanation. A little while back, when they began with vaulting, there was this huge debate on Reddit, and what's the reason for that? And then one of the narrative directors came in and says, hang on a minute, guys, do you not realize the darkness had invaded the universe? The darkness had captured those planets. We can't go back to the planets. The darkness is there. And people said, well, all right, fine, that's a good explanation. We understand the darkness come there. And hang on a minute, the darkness is an invented force. We paid for our content. So at the end of the day, we want our money's worth. We want the content to be replayable. And at long last, we can now replay the content of the recent expansions. But initially, you couldn't replay the content. You're going to go into the story missions, you couldn't replay them. You would get them on strikes, but you couldn't really, like in the game 1, just access the story missions or the campaign at any time. If you want anything currently available, it is Legacy Collection 2023, Armory Collection, the Witch Queen Dungeon Key. We can only purchase it in game, and Lightfall plus annual pass. Well, that's what I was recommending to our friend. Legacy Collection's got everything but the Lightfall, and then you need to buy the dungeon key. And the other chap, Greyroll, says, thanks, I'm on Xbox and the Legacy Collection. It's 18 quid on Steam. Just wanted an over all pricing up. is what I needed. Do I have to purchase the dungeon key once in the game? And Mezalis says you can purchase it if you want it. It's not mandatory by any means. It contains 2 dungeons with 2 exotics, 1 each, and a bunch of legendary gear. It costs 2,000 silver, and you can buy it in the in-game store after purchasing the silver. That's $20 in real money, and to buy that amount of silver. And then Dragon says, I just came back to the game last week after not playing it for 4 years. And just a second. Oh, look at this. I had a fantastic message from Mind. So you'll see what they said. I'll read it out loud in a moment. Let me just finish the comments coming in from Dragon144. So he's come back to the game after 4 years. I bought the expansion bundle that is currently 50% on PSN. So that's 50% discount. The story structure is not approachable, and its clear content is missing, to the point it is really frustrating at times because keep story beats are missing. Mission-wise, some things just aren't as clear as they should be, and leaving a lot to be desired. Well, to be honest with you, friends, even when the game was delivered in the full format, the game did not really tell the story in a very structured narrative fashion, so we all struggled with that. And obviously, with several sections missing, it becomes even more confusing. And that's what they're wanting to remedy by introducing NPCs and dialogue through the seasonal content, leveling up the story-based elements in the expansions, and then eventually getting everything to be fully narrative-driven. They will be under huge pressure after Starfield comes out, you'll see. There's been huge popularity of Mass Effect Legendary that drew many people who are playing space opera games to the narrative content. And Mass Effect's been produced a little while back, and Starfield is a next-gen game coming out on 6th of September. And I think the versatility of different types of activities that the game is likely to have, as well as the skill for which Bethesda had told their tales in the past, will certainly be setting up the new standards for the industry. And Bungie will have to really fall in one way or the other, I'm quite certain. And that's been the plan. I think they are fully aware of the RPG resurgence and the fact that 75% of the games popping up on Xbox and PlayStation are basically, the future games are basically RPGs. So they'll need to improve that. And Alfred Dragon says, that being said, I'm having a blast with the gameplay and want to finish all the content to the best of my abilities. If you're okay with missing parts of the story and having to watch a ton of lore videos to catch up on the things that happen between many expansions, then I can just simply highly recommend the game. Well, I want to thank all of our friends there who were contributing. You should also join our Reddit community. We have quite a few people communicating and engaging on very important Destiny topics. And as you could see, I'm bringing in some of the ideas. I've got actually probably about 7 or 8 extras, but as we talked already about the news and everything else for quite a while, we'll crack on with some gameplay, and I'll get back to that on another day. Very important for us to know what the overall flavour within the Destiny community on whole really is in the anticipation of the next expansion and the next season, and most importantly, as we are eagerly awaiting the Bungie's showcase event on whatever date in August, I think 24th of August. So definitely I personally look forward to it all. Really looks very good, and I'm very excited about all that is to follow. Right, friends, I need to take a short break, have a cup of tea and a biscuit, and then we'll crack on with some gameplay. Anybody else wants to join us? Anybody wants to come in? Please raise your hands, friends. I'll have a look. I'll tell you who is in, who is presently here with us, who wants to join us for some Destiny activities. Let me see. We have here, we have Undead Shadow. We don't have Zenith. We don't have Gale. We don't have anybody else. So I'll just wait for you guys here for a moment to see whether you wish to join us. And if so, please raise your hand, shout it out loud, and send us some messages here on Twitter saying, yes, I want to join in, and you'll be able to express your interest, and therefore I'll be able to invite you and have you live on air. So once again, who wants to join us? Anyone? Only Rido's here saying hello. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. How are you? Thanks very much for coming back in. I'll just have to write the request. But my dear friends, just listen to this, what I received from Mind. Mind Charity is the charity I'm presently supporting, and I just got the message from them, and this is what they said. So watch this. Bear with me, I need to dig it up because I've seen the message as it arrived. Well, we had a message from Mind on Instagram, and they said, "You are a superstar, Daniel." Well, I like hearing that. Thank you so much for choosing and continuously supporting Mind. Simone. Well, Simone, thank you very much for sending us this lovely message. We all are here to support Mind and other charities, and as you've seen, we had supported the Bungie Foundation during last weekend. We managed to collect, or I should say, we managed to raise 105 into their funds, into the vault for the professional services and activities that the foundation runs, and these services are linked to the introduction of technology into hospitals where very ill children are treated, so that children could be relieved from stress, frustration, fear, from anxiety, from anything which is illness related, through the use of entertainment. So that means playing games and interacting with others via tablets and laptops, which is absolutely fantastic. And this is what the Bungie Foundation does. The section of the foundation that does this is called Little Lights. So if you're interested, you can just access the information which is on my Twitter and Instagram. You get all the information. I was giving a very, very poignant, very deeply emotional video to everyone during the last few days called Wyatt's Story, and it tells a story of a chap who suffered from serious brain tumors and who had been undergoing surgery, and then he sadly lost the ability to see on one eye and was almost partially blind on the other. And he talks about the importance of Destiny community of gamers in his life, for which he gained the strength to fight the darkness with light, and he connected the works of the Guardians and various members of Destiny community with his own struggle, to which he was fighting to do. So it's a fantastic video. Everyone should watch it. It's really truly inspirational. But this is what the foundation does, and this is what we are supporting. So thank you, Simone. Thank you very much. Really, thank you from the bottom of the heart for supporting our campaign and expressing indeed for all that we do here. It's not just myself, it's the entire community of gamers who are coming in every day to watch. We have quite a large traffic of people who are visiting us. Presently we are getting between 250 and 500 people having a look at the stream. Some communicate, some, but I'm just absolutely astonished by the interest that I'm receiving, and truly grateful who has been contributing. So we hear that Rido says, I'm very good. By the way, I watched a documentary. Well, that's terrific. Well, thank you so much for that. That documentary is really inspirational, would you not say? I mean, I had tears in my eyes when I watched it. And so you've seen when they come in and when they're waiting for Wyatt, they're all like really anxious and they're really emotional because they could see that the game they worked on did have an effect on somebody's life, which was revolutionary. It was incredibly positive. It was changing his life from the core for the better, and that is certainly a tremendous value of the game, as well as of being any video game community online. So really, truly inspirational. In fact, if other people are watching and are not sure what this documentary is about, I'll give you the documentary yet again. So anyone who's new, who's watching, who's passing by, who's been watching this stream, you'll be able to access it straight away. I apologize for that. I just can't get the documentary fast enough. It's just asking me to log in again, so I need to do that. Just bear with me. It'll take me a second. I apologize for that. It's just that it's extremely silly, and that keeps happening all the time with these online hubs. They just keep changing things, logging out, and doing all kinds of nonsensical things which are affecting us if we are streaming live, but they don't care really. They don't care the slightest. Because they're big. There we are. It says here that this is Wyatt's story, so I'm pasting it and I'm sending it to everyone, and everyone or anyone who wants to see it, this is where it is. And I want to say that I'm just quite curious to hear from our friend Rido after watching the documentary. What did you think? What was your experience of the documentary like? What was the flavour for you? Because we talked about this quite at some length, and we debated it, and we found everything very inspirational and very interesting. So I'll be quite happy to hear, very curious to hear what your own experience was. We have Shauna Landers subscribing. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. So really appreciate that. There are lots of broadcasts archived in there, and I'm also archiving the recent ones. So that's great. Thanks very much for joining us, and thanks very much for being our new community member. Shauna Landers to join us on YouTube. And Right, I think I probably have completed all the security procedures in here. It's just so annoying. It's all, you know, they're always causing obstacles. I mean, the streamers need to have everything on a plate to be able to use the tools if and when, and just one problem after another is so annoying. Alrighty, so let's crack on. I didn't hear from anyone, so I'm wondering whether our friends would want to join us. If not, I'll just crack on by myself and you can chip in. Just raise your hand and I'm going to be able to bring you in at any time. We'll go back to the tower, we'll do a bit of admin. Alright my friends, I'm back. Let's get a cup of tea and a biscuit. I was getting a bit dizzy. And oh, Shabba's here. Hello Shabba, how are you doing? And Gel said, I'm doing a puzzle today, I won't be able to join. No worries at all. All good. We'll be doing some Sivas and some Prison of Elders and maybe Nightfall Strikes. And Shabba says, he's very good, asking me. Well, you know, I'm all right. I just very good day so far. Quite sort of hectic. Today I was up very early. I had lots of chores to do, and up since 7 o'clock in the morning. So for me, it's been a long day already. And be ending with my swimming session later in the evening, so far so good. I can see that our friend Zenith would like to join us, so I'll invite Zenith straight away. I don't see Zenith, hang on a minute. Zenith, I don't see you. Shaba, would you like to join us? Because if you want to join us, I'll bring you in, and then it could be Zenith, myself and you, and we can maybe do another Nightfall. You remember that one? We struggled with it the other day. Let me see, why am I not seeing Zenith there? Just a second, maybe this is for... joining Zenith, let's see. It's strange because I couldn't see you on the list of people who are live online, so I'm not sure what's causing it. Why is it I can't see you? It's very strange. Shaba saying I won't be able to join in. I'm not at home and we're celebrating my birthday out of state. Oh, you're celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday, my dear friend. Happy birthday. I certainly wish you the very best for your birthday. May it be a happy one. May you have a very memorable and truly remarkable day with your friends and family. May you have also a very good meal, lots of celebs, a bit to eat, to drink, lots of fun, and let's hope it's going to be very memorable. Really, you know, your birthday is today, today's Friday, and my birthday was last Friday. So I had mine, and I had a wonderful day. I celebrated it. It was terrific. We in fact talked about it quite a bit during the weekend. I've gone to have a very nice meal, watch the film in IMAX, Oppenheimer, and you know, it's been really good fun. The meal was terrific. I sent some photographs to Zenith and he was astonished by the type of grill that I was able to have in a Turkish restaurant, and it's the house special. It's called a house meze special, and it's just literally amazing. It was well, meze is a sort of a Turkish dish, Cypriot Greek dish as well, where you are getting within this meal everything that's on the menu. So it starts with pre-starters, then you get starters. Firstly you get cold starters, then you get hot starters, then you got sauces, then you get salads, then you got bread. Then they start with the main dish, then they start with the main grill, then you have the main house special grill, and after that you'll have some extras, you know, like extra salads and extra bread, and then after that you get some desserts, then you have tea, and on the top of all of that you're getting like a big fruit salad and fruits for afterwards. So it's really it's it's a meal for three, not just for one, but as it was my birthday I enjoyed it, and I thought, well, it's a kind of meal I always like to have on my special day. And our friend says, I'm heading on to the plane right now, so I'll catch you guys later. You're going to plane? Where are you going, actually? I'm curious. Out of state, you said. You're going to another state. Oh, that's terrific. Well, I wish you a happy flight, and I wish you a fantastic celebration of your birthday, and let it be a very happy, very memorable one. Have fun, sir. Really good to see you, and really good to hear that your birthday is today. Terrific. Everyone here needs to sing happy birthday to Shaba. Everyone who's watching, everyone in our community. Let me see what Zenith is. Are we now in a team? We are in a team. Okay. I'm wondering whether you would want to be live on air, Zenith. Would you want me to bring you in? Shall I send you my party invite? Are you streaming at the same time? If you are streaming, then obviously I will not, because we are both live on air then. I'll just wait for Zenith to join. Actually, whilst we're waiting for Zenith, I need to see what bounties I got. Okay, I can still pick up 4. Yes, these were completed, so we'll go up there and get some bounties. Pick up silver bounties. These are always good. And oh yeah, Zenith is there. Okay, cool. We'll go there with Zenith. He's picking up some bounties as well. From Zavala, I think. Hello. That's it. That's it. I'll follow Zenith. Zenith's the governor. Ah, that's what I forgot. You see, this is what our community is all about. Fantastic, fantastic. That's wonderful. Because I forgot about that. It's Friday, of course, of course, of course. Let me just still send a message to Shaba. Just bear with me a second. I need to send it to Shaba because he said he was going to go on a plane. So I just want to send him a message. 1 second, I need to write this message. I'll be back in very shortly. There we are. We're all wishing Shaba a very happy birthday and a safe flight as well, as Shaba is going to another state in order to celebrate it. So thank you for letting us know, and thank you for popping in and saying hello to us. That's always great to see. You could see how our community works. Community in action. I learned about Shaba's birthday and his flight, and a moment later Zenith reminded me of Zer's presence. So let's see what he's got. And he's got something for the Titan. Take note. Young Amkara I've got. Atrocite verse I don't have. Hereafter I have. So let me think. I'm surprised I only have 34. I thought I had many more than that. Weapon bundles. No, what I'll do is I'll take a few of these and then we'll try to get some more strange coins. You know, there's like a bug somewhere. I did have many more strange coins than what, 34, 36. I was picking up the whole lot of them for the gaming activity, so I'm not sure what happened. We're just coming back to Zenith. As you could see, he's offering the cheapest synth So the sin here is costing me just like 3 strange coins. And mind you, with Variks it's not too bad either, but I think this is the best deal for me. So usually I'll buy lots of these from him because I use a lot of them. And we'll leave it now on 13, I think. And then I'll double check and see what how many I've got. Yeah, that's fine. That's 160 is fine. I'm happy with that. We'll take then reputation booster, and then we'll take some I got that mixed up with 3 of coins rather than strange coins. Yeah, in fact I forgot to use 3 of coins yesterday as we were doing, and I think everyone forgot about it when we were doing Prison of Elders. We can do it today again, I guess. Just forgot it, that's all there is. Nothing else to be said, just, you know. I'm sorted for now. Okay. And then I guess I need to see what we've got in the vaults, what's there with the postmaster, because it might be that there are a few items that require sorting out. We'll see.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Yeah, Treads Upon Stars is not too bad. But I got several in the vaults, so I'll just get rid of it.
Check, check, check.
Hand of Judgment. That's the big one. Yep. And then we have Aegis of the Reef. That's quite good as well. These are very good ones. Better than Tread Upon Stars. Leith Nobles also got really good perks. So these are fine. These are good Scout rifles. They're worth keeping. All of them. What's that one there? Oh, that's automatic rifle. Okay. Well, I'm sorted. Where's Zenith? Zenith is ready. Okay. Well, you lead the way, sir. I think you are the governor, aren't you? Let me just check. I think you are. Oh, I'm the team leader. Okay, fine. We'll go to orbit. I'm just wondering what you wish. What would you like to do actually? Would you like to do Sievers to warm up? Would you like to do Prison of Elders? We can do, you know, 3 of coins there. Would you want the Nightfall or any other? Sievers probably first, right? Just let me know what you fancy, and then we'll decide. Because I'd like it to be something that we both want to be doing and enjoying at the same time. Any preference? You happy with Sievers? We'll go to orbit, we'll decide. See if anybody else wants to join us once we go up. I'm just so happy about the messages I'm receiving in response to our charitable fundraising campaign. It's just literally, you know, truly heartwarming to hear that people are loving it so much, and then getting support from the charities that indeed I'm trying to help together with our community. I've got to say, Mind have been very, very supportive generally, and the message today is so prominent and so good, and I'm so happy. I think we'll do Sievers, and then we'll wait for somebody to join us to do maybe Undead Shadow. See whether he wants to join us. I'll just try to invite another friend, and then we'll see whether he wants to join us. If not, we'll crack on with Sivas. It's always the best to have a three-piece for any activity. It's always the best fun, and you know, we get a proper team effort then behind any task. I think he's doing something. He's in orbit. Okay. Well, as we've not played anything so far today, why not just crack on and engage the enemy? So we'll go to Sivas. Challenge of the Elders. Normal. So the mods for this week are airborne, so more damage while in the air. Ironclad, they have shields, the enemies. Small arms primary weapon damage is favoured, and then heroic enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. I just need to double check whether my gear is as good as it should be. Tarantella. Sniper, automatic. Just bear with me a second, I just want to change my chest piece. There was a better chest piece that I was using before. Hand cannon ammunition, yeah, that's the one I want. Spectre. And that will be then void bend defense, void armor, increasing discipline. Yeah, that's better. And then for the rest I'm okay. Yeah, that's fine. I need to pay more attention to what armor I'm wearing when we're doing certain activities. There have been a couple of times that I've gone to Nightfalls and Sivas and just Nightfalls in particular and get killed like really easy. So I really need to pay more attention to the mods and obviously what kind of armor I'm donning.
The Splicer's High Priest has crews pushing further underground in the Plaguelands. Looks like a large-scale mobilization against a hive nest.
An army of Hive controlled by the Splicers would be the end of old Russia.
Could be the end of everything. The Devils are evolving. Neutralize them before this goes any further, Guardian.
Alright, so we are going to be cracking on with a Sivas strike.
Alright, there's a series of old missile silos near the bunker. I've got reports of Hive near that location.
Sounds like the place to be.
From my glimmer? Yeah. And remember, target anything that moves. Every kill gets us one less Splicer or Hive to be warped by Siva.
Noted.
Comeback form. Yeah, we've got a few here. We've got a few here. I purchased so many of these and I'm happy because that's exactly what I needed. I was literally low on them, going down to about 35 I think. And look at this. Guess I got carried away. That's it.
Several concentrated SIVA nodes.
Radio Sparrow.
The splicers are using SIVA to augment the silo's old defense protocols. They've got the inner doors sealed tight. If you want to get inside, you'll need to find and destroy.
See that our friend's got some issues with his internet connectivity from the movement, which is visible there. Ah, you were faster than me. Completed one bounty already. Zenith is out there. Hang on.
I pinpointed another
What's
SIVA
happened?
node.
See whether Zenith is coming in. Oh yeah, Zenith is coming in. Okay, I'll wait for Zenith. Because our friend is sort of racing a bit. There we are. Hello. Very good. There we are. Our friend's racing, you know, he's like literally doing a speed run in there. So as you could see, all of us are here together. Yeah, we can go in here.
Picking up one more node. Let's go get it.
No, he's still alive. That's ridiculous. That's very ridiculous. No, up. Where's the last one?
That's the last node.
Oh, we got them all. Okay.
Clear and hackable.
Push forward, Guardian.
We got them all.
The splicers have fortified the entrance. We've got heavy resistance.
They must have driven the hive deeper into the silos. Fight through it.
We need to get rid of it, yeah. I'm being hit by, oh, that's Shank, the turret. Got me. I was gonna revive our friends. There's two of them. Three of them, actually. Ah. I'll respawn, that's fine.
Powering another barrier.
Cool.
But I can't nail down their locations. The readings are too sporadic.
You know what to do, Guardian. Find those nodes, unload on them, keep moving.
Right, boys, let's go ahead. Oh, he got me. He literally popped up next to me. I didn't see him. Thank you. I'll get him. Heavy streak.
It's hard to get a clean reading down here. Keep moving. The closer we
Keep
get to each node,
moving.
the easier they are to match.
More health. The bubble's really good. The bubble's really good. And then we'll get a dreaded Scion down there.
Alright, still getting strong Siva readings. There must be another node.
They're all tethered, just waste them. Should be easy. Thank you. Anchor. I kind of like this one when it comes in the Nightfall format, you know? That's really frequently it's very challenging, but good fun to do in a team.
Used to be the Fallen would attack for resources, for survival, revenge. To invade a
Ah,
hive
that one
nest like
shank
this,
lives.
Siva's changed them.
Yep. One servitor. The other ones have been destroyed, and oh, look at him. Yeah, all of those have been eliminated. No. No, it's the other way. No, it's down there for the hole.
You're all that stands between the Splicer's High Priest and whatever mad science he's cooking up down there. End this.
That did it. No idea what those nodes were protecting, but the barriers.
Yeah, just wait for Zenith to come in. Oh, you got in, yeah? Okay.
This doesn't look good.
Yeah, I wanted to sit on his head, but unfortunately, I banned
So
stuff.
that's disgusting.
So it's good fun to be
Not exactly.
doing something silly in here.
A lot more where that came from if the High Priest isn't removed from the field.
Oh, go away. He's tethered, you know, he should be like, less mobile.
Let's get a closer look at that thing. That ogre is... Well, that's disgusting.
A lot more where that came from if the High Priest isn't removed from the field.
What a mess. The High Priest wasn't looking to build a Hive slave army. He was just removing their body parts to be joined with Siva.
Bioengineering's become the Splicer's main MO. We're lucky to have dropped their High Priest before he could perfect any of this madness, but it's gotta make you wonder. What other perversions are they planning?
The Dust Palace is lost to us again, back in Cabal hands. Word is they've let Scion Flayers out of their cages to dig around in the Central AI's cortex, which means they really want what's buried in there. If Rasputin was protecting it, it's valuable. We've got to flush those Flayers out.
According to Vanguard reports from Cade, the Scion Flayers are already at the top of the Dust Palace. We better move.
Oh, I didn't really switch my mic on. Apologise for that. So we should be able to get in, right? Yeah. Why is that happening? You should have been long range. That was so close. Is it still not gone? Super from close range should have eliminated him instantly. 2 feet away from him. Oh. Thought we needed another ghost in there, but it didn't look like it. Clovis Bray. Oh, he's doing this again. I thought he was gone. Oh, he also been destroyed. But yeah, that's right. It's this one there as well. Oh, that's good. He's got Dark Drinker too. So it isn't just me. Let's see how many people are watching Destiny today. I'm quite curious. Well, they all literally spawned on me. That's too bad, really. A whole lot of them just popped up. There's a whole lot of taken. I'm being brought back to life. And yeah, somebody needs to do the ghost. Yeah, don't have my super ready yet. Yeah, I got killed by the other one. Thank you. That was fast. That was fast.
They are way more powerful than we realize. We better keep an eye on where the Cabal deploy those things. Who knows what their minds can do?
No, I won't do that. Actually, I don't need to open it. I'm saving my skeleton gears for Nightfalls. Nightfall strikes are giving me the best loot because the rest I don't actually need. Combat form, sword wielding ninjas. That sounds quite good. It's this clan. So how is everyone today? We talked a lot about our community and we discussed various issues raised by our community members on Reddit in response to various Destiny related problems. People question the Crucible, and I agree. The big difficulty there is that we are not being connected in the right way to the service, and therefore some people are experiencing massive latency. The other day when we played in one match, I get 17 to 22 kills, in the other I'll be killed all the time, and it's just, you know, obvious that something's not functioning within the game. A lot of people don't understand the way these servers work, and they keep thinking it's all about the skill. It's not really always the case. It can be, but it's not always the case. When I had my old internet with the upload of 1, I was literally cannon fodder. I died 50 times in the course of one match, more. So, you know. Off and so fast we can't actually get to any enemy.
Anybody home? The door is sealed with runes. Let's get to work.
We need to get the rooms. So many of these. Oh, watch out. One just dropped just behind you. And dropped it from above. Ah. Look at this, I can't pick up. Tomb husk. So many came at once. I thought it was the wizard, but actually a troll that got me. Thank you. I apologise for his yawn, otherwise just come upon me so fast. Okay. We are going to be able to get through. My grenade's ready for the thralls. God, look at that loot. Look at that. The ammunition I managed to get after all the thralls were eliminated. Ah, that's annoying. Our friend's idle, which means he probably has some issues with his internet connection. Yeah, it's really weird. This light didn't want to disappear, despite all the effort. And the lock.
Toland hinted at secret pathways between our realm and the Ascendant. Malak crawled through the wall of our world to reach these caverns.
I think she's just being deliberately creepy now.
What? Where is he? Hiding in here. Look at him. Find a spot there to hide. Could barely see him. He's gone as well. It's difficult, really. Very strong shields. Hard to penetrate, really. Yeah, it's all clear. That's all clear.
The taken power twists, shapes. The average thrall does not live long enough to see its frame reformed. Malak has lived with this power for many, many years. His hideous skin is a sign of his age, his cruelty.
Yep, that's good. Managed to eliminate them. Oh, one more.
Guardian. The Blight will drain your strength, your speed. Do not let Malak dominate this shrine.
I hate that Malak. Right, just wait for Malak to give him some Super. Some tether. Gave him 3 lots of tether. Died in vain. Sacrificed myself for the team. Just want to make sure that he was getting as much damage as possible. Thank you. There's too many enemies, I couldn't really revive your friends. I'm always doing my best to revive everyone. But one of the mods is giving, so that's one of the reasons why we couldn't really get through. And enemies are powerful. And you've seen also with my sword, sometimes the shields are not cracking. The primary works better. No special ammunition. Come on, get lost. Ah, go away. Hit me from behind. So annoying. Our friend's tackling the boss. Well, that spot's not too bad, but go away. My super didn't really do anything in there. Oh, he got killed as well. Well, trying to revive me, friends, it's sometimes difficult, you know. Always have to remember the safety of the team. That's most important. We always have one person who's staying alive, and in our team this is Zenith. Part of our tactics. Come on, so many of them are there. And I got killed with the last rocket that he was able to fire. I'm jinxed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was the last rocket. He was already dead and the rocket had hit me. Managed to shoot at about 3 or 4. The last one. There's always that last one. Yeah, I want to jump. No. Alright. Let's do something else. I had enough of Sivas now. Let's do maybe let's do Prisoner of Elders. I'll leave matchmaking. Let's see what bounties we completed. Maybe go back to the tower, do a bit of admin, sort out some of our gear, see what we picked up. Might be a good idea. Go to the tower. Progress 1, 2, reputations up. Vanguard is 59, Future War Cult is 38. Should be a lot more than that, really. Weasel. We talked about these errors before and they keep happening. Weasel, Bee, Baboon and Eater. These are the ones that are affecting the stream and the game. They just literally pop up out of nowhere and end everything at once. Ridiculous. I need to re-invite Zenith to come back in. Well, my friends, that's been good fun so far. Always a good session, always great to be back to our Destiny universe, our community and our friends. To me it always feels like going back home, you know, you go back home, you got your friends, your family, and they're all waiting for you and then celebrating your arrival and they welcome you, and we get this in here as well, the same thing. It's funny because lots of people pop in and say, ah, this is like walking down the bygone lane, and we've have like so many fond memories of doing these activities. Well, that's right. If you do it together with other people, you always have fond memories of doing something and remembering what you said and what's been debated. It's really good fun. I've got to say that for me, online gaming and Twitch, they revolutionized the way I see video games altogether. I never had enjoyed the games better. Always enjoy them, but this is just literally raising the bar for the experience and the overall participation, not just for myself but for everyone else. And truly amazing what had happened in the last decade. If you think of 2013, there was nothing. Like 10 years ago, things were so different. Well, I was up at 7, so that means, what is it, 5 and 5, 10 hours already. I shouldn't be really getting these yawns, but it's because it's very warm in here. My television set warms everything up, so it gets really kind of warm, and I've eaten my lunch before the stream, and then, you know, siesta. Let's see, is Zenith there? Not there. We need to write to Zenith to come back in, because Zenith probably didn't see that we've gone. I think it's likely that Zenith left his PlayStation on private as he's streaming, so I can't see him on the list. That must be the reason. And we get a result like this. It's no big deal. Zenith comes in, I join him, and then, you know, it's all good. I just want to say to Zenith, I need to take a very short break, so I will be back in about a few minutes. I need to get some fresh air and get some water inside, so I'll just literally take a short break now. Alright, our friends, I'm back, and we are going to be carrying on with some of our activities here in Destiny 1. Let me just bring back the game. Change the overlay. Take us a second. Live! Thank you for your patience, but you know, sometimes I've got to take these breaks because I get a bit tired. And the way I know it is I just get a bit hot and a bit dizzy. And that's the time for me to take a break. Usually take breaks every 2 hours. See if our friend Zenith is still there. Let us see. Let me just quickly double check what we picked up, if anything. Not too many things, really. We've got Cryptodendron. This one we can get rid of. Spectre Aspirate, this one we can get rid of. We'll go and check. I just realized that my Cryptarch decoding is not as high up as it should be, so maybe I should just keep grinding. I don't know, we'll see. No, these are not very good items. We don't really need any of that. We can just get rid of it, which is the easiest, the best and the quickest. Alright, let me see. We don't have many people watching today. Presently, quite a few people quite a few people came earlier, but not at the moment. I think Zenith probably departed as he was streaming. Let me see. I don't see Zenith there. Alright, so we'll go to orbit. And I'm just thinking maybe I will do... Oh, we got Zenith joining us. Excellent. Zenith joined us as well. I was just thinking maybe we have a bit of a walk down the memory lane with some story missions. We've not done any of these, and provide us with a good variety. I've done really lots of Siva, so I'm a bit sort of... let me see. Challenge of the Elders. We could do that as well. Why not? We'll go to Reef. We'll do a bit of challenge, or a bit of we'll do not the challenge but the actual rounds. Also gives us really reasonably good loot, and I just want to say to Zenith, we can be using 3 of coins every single time before any round. We'll get really good loot. I forgot about this yesterday, or was it yesterday when we were doing it? So we can do this today, and we can use, as we are resting there, 3 of coins every single time, and hopefully we'll get some, you know, something which is worthwhile. Hopefully. Sometimes it's very easy to forget. And that happens to me quite frequently nowadays. I'm getting another phone call which I will need to answer. It's another emergency call, so just bear with me. I'll be back straight away. We are plagued today again with a variety of error messages, and several times I've been booted and there have been problems with accessing certain social spaces. Like, for instance, I wanted to go to the reef and I couldn't get in. So let's see whether we are going to be able to get in or not, as we've had the problem earlier. It's very annoying that these kinds of things are happening, and there's nothing that I can personally do about it. It's just all connected to the service and the way they operate and the way they're connecting with our network here in Britain. Oh, thank you. That's fine.
Welcome to the reef.
Bounties, we'll see. Can pick up any of these.
Tower channel 3 open.
No, I know what I'll do. I'll go for the yeah, we'll go for the bounties given by Varix. These bounties are specific to Prisoner Felders. Well, thank you. I'm promoted to team leader. For whatever reason today we cannot be connecting unless I go to the game that Zenith is running, so I'm not sure what is causing it. And let me see, there probably is one I can delete. This one I delete. No, that's not one. Hang on. Explosive streak. No, that's not it. Okay, we'll get rid of that one. Bring in another bounty related to the Prisoner of Elders, because there'll be, these bounties are getting us better experience, and as you could see, 3750 and 250 on House of Judgment. So we'll pick this up, and I think Sigil we've got. Yep, that's still active, so that's fine. And then Zenith is resting out there, and I can also have a bit of rest here. Sit on it. That will make it a nice screenshot. You can actually take a screenshot from your angle, Zenith, as well. I think it will look quite good from your perspective. So it's a nice screenshot both ways, you know, like this, like that. Imagine maybe this angle's slightly too dark. Take that one as well. Okay, if you're ready, just wave. If you wave, I'll know that you're ready, so I can just depart. So I don't want to interfere with the clip taking, or, you know, screenshot or something that you might be doing.
Last time I saw this many people in the bay, we're going to war.
Alright, I believe that you probably are ready. Or tell me if you're not. Because maybe you're also having a short break or something, you know, it's possible. And I don't want to do something that could really be interfering. No, that's not it. Prison of Elders it will be, everyone. So that is what we are going to be doing. One of the best pinnacle activities, together with Nightfalls and Raids in Destiny 1. And today it will be a bit more challenging for the two of us, as we'll do it as a 2-piece rather than a 3-piece, so there will be more enemies, and we've got to be a bit more careful on how we do it. And let me see what weapons and armor I've got. Excuse me. So that is increasing super energy, that's fine, we want to have this. And then mongrel grips, sniper rifle, fast ball, impact, it's not too bad, but I'll just double check on the other ones, like for instance Capri, hand cannon loader, that's useful, and then impact induction, switchblade. I think I'm going for Capri actually, we'll have quicker reload. That's alright, I know that this is fine. 3-meter strides, void double down, sidearm ammunition, machine gun ammunition. They could be better off with something like ammunition for our hand cannon. Don't need that rocket launcher. See this one. Fusion rifle. Okay, that's not too bad, that could do better. There's a fine boots. Ornament, solar, fusion rifle, rocket launcher. No, none of them are really ideal. Bones of Eo, sidearm and rocket, we've seen that already. Talus Stridus, fists flying, fusion rifle ammunition, rocket launcher. They'll probably leave the same one. I'll be back in a second.
Welcome to Prison of Elders. Fight, kill, survive.
Round one. War beasts of the Cabal await. Impress me, yes. Fight and win.
We got the right weapons and everything sorted, so we should be able to contest the enemy. We still have about 2 or 3 more.
Cabal advancing on your position.
Why is he not gone? He should have been gone long ago.
Reinforcements are coming.
Okay, that's all good. Second wave completed. Good.
They are dead. You
are not. It's funny because yesterday we had exactly the same number of kills, Zenith and me. We're doing this. Just remember to use the 3 of coins, Zenith. It's easy to forget. Well, for me it is. So I'll put 3 of coins in there.
Round 2. Machines of hate. Vex incoming. Fight. Win.
Can go ahead. Get some mines. Waves completed. Ah. That was nice and easy. Wasted my super. Ah.
Please advance. Dismantle mines, yes. Or you die.
Mines. So let's see what the mines are. Okay, this one. Oh, that's annoying. Missing it. Ah, he got me. He got me. Shot me in the back.
You failed.
We were too late.
Success.
Ah, doesn't matter. We'll do it again. Our goblin got me in the back. Take another 3 of coins. I got plenty of them, about 60 or 60 something, 82 even, so I can use all of them bit by bit.
Round 2. Time lost Vex arise. They will try to kill you. Kill them back.
They'll be coming out of here. I like that when that milk spot explodes. Makes it really thoroughly enjoyable. See that? Like that. Aim at the spot and then they go up. See that? 3 precision shots and they're up in smoke. Primary weapons work better. Still standing, it's incredible. It's all of that. Crazy.
Incoming. Mines must be dismantled or dead.
Mines, we need to dismantle, we need to go for the mines. A is here. me go for the B next. Where's the other one now? Needs to go up there. Now the third one. Yeah, got it.
Success. You have done it.
Got it. The way completed. Oh, Varix is giving us a gift. It means I'm getting something.
Dismantle mines, yes. Or die.
Oh no, 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 no. Yeah, good. Just about. Where's the next one? There's the one.
You disappoint.
Why? We didn't fail. We dismantled the mines. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. We actually did dismantle 2 of those mines in time. So I don't know what's happened as to why we were being kicked out.
Round 2. Time lost Vex arise.
I will do it.
Dead Guardian.
It's weird because sometimes it can be glitchy. Maybe there wasn't enough time for us to complete it. I don't know. Not sure really what the reason was. One left. Now we're gonna get the mines. Okay.
More enemies have been unleashed. Dismantle mines, yes. Or die.
No, the last one. Yeah, that should be okay.
Success, Guardian. Success. More enemies, Guardian. Minds must be dismantled or dead.
Where's the second one? Let's see, it's up there. Okay. Well, it's not near, it's quite far. Right.
Success, Guardian. Success. Victory well earned.
Back to the airlock.
Need you back in airlock, Guardian.
Another 3 of coins. Round 3.
Pirate scum. Prepare. Kill them, dead Guardian.
Yep. I'm going to have a last biscuit before we crack on with enemies. I've got a last biscuit here and some shanks. Ah.
Stand ready. Enemy is advancing. Seek mines. Destroy them.
Now I need to shoot at the mines. Ah, one of them is just down here, look at it. Okay, where's the other one? B is up there. Okay.
Success, Guardian. Success.
Yeah, I got another gift, so Varric's gonna be giving us plenty.
Thirst for your light. Destroy mines or die. Your choice.
Why is this Splinter 9?
You failed,
Oh,
Guardian.
that's ridiculous. It's not actually blowing up. My hand cannon is not doing the job in there. I need to hang on. Just again, give a second. Take another one. I need to change my primary for the mines because due to the mods, I'll use my fusion rifle.
Pirate scum. Prepare. Kill them.
Because I keep firing, it's not taking any damage, you know? It's the shields probably or something, I don't know. It's the mods causing it. We'll just wait for Zenith to get ready. I think he's changing his gear. Yep, okay. loading. I put the armor and everything for the hand cannon loading to be as fast as possible. What is going on? That's also odd. My super didn't launch properly. It's a bit glitchy, actually. It's glitchy in here. Don't know why. Now the mines. Hang on. I need special ammunition. I need special ammunition for this.
Destroy them.
Go for the mines. I'll do my fusion rifle, so hopefully that will work better. Yeah, fusion rifle works better. Where's the next one? Oh, it's here. Okay, that's easy. Where's the last one? Over here. Okay.
Success, Guardian.
It's gone. That's good. It's a bit tight.
Fallen reinforcement.
Now the last one.
Destroy mines or die. Your choice.
Splinter mine. Next one. I'll just keep a scorch cannon for them. Oh no. Where's the third one? I don't see the third one.
Success.
Yeah, I got it.
You have done it.
God, look at that. It's not taking much damage. Oh, heavy hitter. That's good, I completed that.
Victory. Well earned.
Back to airlock. Look at this, kills 56. Kills 56. Exactly the same.
Back in airlock, Guardian.
Amazing. Yesterday was the same story, remember? About 2 or 3 times we had exactly the same number of kills. I'll do another 3 of coins. Strange coins, 3 of coins, 3 of coins, not strange coins. Well, Scorch Cannon did the business. My hand cannon was not, my Mago Loop was not doing anything on the mines. Therefore we you know, didn't get them. Should have realized that sooner.
Kill them back.
Oh, got this one. Alright. I hate those mines. No, I don't want to go in there. Exploding trolls, watch out! Oh, we have someone else also. Now we have 3 pieces who just joined us, I guess.
Come, Guardian. Thirst for your light.
Well, that makes it easier.
Important target.
Quite enjoyed the challenge, actually, what we were doing as a 2-piece. Oh, he literally just ducked and, you know, like a forward connection.
Success, Guardian.
God, those knights are hard to eliminate. Oh.
Enemies come, Guardian. Thirst for your light.
Thirst for your
Intercept
light.
important target, or you die. Success, Guardian.
Ah. God, they came in large numbers, you know, these trolls. Good job I had my grenades. Modifiers.
Your victory tells the tale.
Our friend picked up a good weapon. Don't know whether you've seen that. It's weird. Not sure why he was able to get it.
Need you back in airlock, Guardian.
Back to the airlock. We are going back. And we have a cup of tea, sit down and take another 3 of coins. I keep reminding myself, you know, to do that, not to forget it.
Final round awaits.
The wretched night. Dark blade.
Well, I've not taken out my Galahorn. I'll be doing the ads and you boys just hit the boss hard. Hit the boss hard with rocket launchers. It's the last round. Olga. wizard. There's one knight here. Acolyte. No, no. Well, two of them just got away. They were just... I don't believe that is... Oh no, Olga got me. That wizard just didn't want to die. This is ridiculous. I gave him like 4 hacks, and he just like red bar. Should have been gone on 2 hacks. Is it still alive, that wizard? Yeah, see, this one's gone on 2 tethers. The other one didn't buckle. God, that was really tough. Many wizards.
Victory well earned.
Oh, we got it. And that's good. Got it back to... Just tell... Well, the other guy needs to wait, because otherwise I won't be able to get my loot.
Need you back in airlock, Guardian.
Now I'm curious what we are to be getting.
Taste victory. It is sweet. You have one.
Where's the big one? Hang on, I want to take a screenshot of you. Yeah, I want to take a screenshot. If you just stand up for a second, I want to take one of you standing as well. If I can. I won't have enough time to do that. Yeah, I've got it. That was very good. That was very enjoyable. We completed it. We managed what was necessary, and you know, really good. Some rewards. Lead matchmaking. Do you fancy doing the challenge as well? And the challenge could be the end of our activity for today. Just tell me whether you fancy it. I'm quite curious. Challenge will be, well, a bit more difficult, but still quite interesting. Do you fancy doing the challenge? That's a 2-piece, so it'll be a bit different than usual. I'll just wait for Zenith to tell me whether he fancies doing the challenge, because we can decide whether we'll do it or not. Ah. No challenge. Do you want to do Nightfall then? I want to do something really very interesting, because it's the end of the week, you know, Friday, and end of the stream. What do you think? We chance that Nightfall? Or not? Or we do something else? You suggest. I'm easy. Because I've done Sivas many times. We could obviously do Sivas as well, but I just think that one of those would be good. No Nightfall, no challenge. Alright, so let me think. Let me just see, first of all. Oh look, I've completed actually 3 bounties. 3 bounties were completed in the House of Judgment. So I've got Riot Guard, so that's reputation up and some modes. Then Heavy Hitter, reputation up, more modes, and then we have the last one again. And so this would be Sivas. Can go to the tower to do some admin, because you would have picked up some stuff. No. I should have gone to Variks. That's ridiculous. Sorry about that. It's my fault. Should have gone to Variks, because Variks got the rewards for us. Variks is the chap we want to talk to. I jinxed it, so it's my fault. Apologies to Zenith and our friends. Sometimes I don't get the wires right, you know. Sometimes it's tiredness, sometimes it's something else. But I think we are doing really good today. Loads of good activities and lots of fun. Sivas and Prison of Elders and story missions and community-based chats, all in one. Well, I'm curious to see what I managed to get from Variks. And I should have known this, because I've used all of my 3 of coins, right? No need to be going back to the tower. Also, I'm curious to see whether I picked up any strange coins. Character inventory. Let me just say that again. Siva key fragments. Yeah, I didn't pick up. And Shiko is here. Hello, Shiko.
Underway.
Ah, one exotic engram. Well, that's good. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Check.
Let's go and do the encryption. One exotic engram. Let's see what that is.
I've neglected my work for too long.
I get these so rarely, so really a delight after all of that heavy grinding.
Stay safe.
No, these are just really poor. All of these are just nothing. It's just really Takanoimi and nothing. Dribble. Gash. This one I've not unlocked yet. So let's see, what is this going to be?
Nothing's impenetrable. Hopefully this is close.
The Takenaut, and you see how good it was that I actually didn't go and buy it off there. I was considering it earlier and I thought, I'll buy it off there, and then it turned out to be given to me after. So I've got this reward. Okay, we've got one legendary engram, so I'm doing badly. I've got some good strange coins as well. Picked up some strange coins. And Endling Vest.
Be safe.
Endling? Let's see, Endling. I don't think that's very good. As far as I remember, yeah, they're just. What am I doing? Too fast. So let's void recovery, void armor, sniper rifle, pulse rifle, increase intellect. Okay, that's binning. And this is for the Titan. So that's not for Hunter. But it does have really good, well, it's not too good actually. Innovation, bonus grenade, inverse shadow, super energy increase, super energy increase intellect. Yeah, this is a sort of helmet you will wear where you want to have rapid recharge of your super or getting extra energy, so that's useful. That will do the job. And let me see if Zenith is there. If you are there, just come to the front, because I want to go to Varix to see whether I'm picking up anything from him. I did get several messages indicating Varix was giving me rewards, so I should be able to get at least a couple. At least a couple of rewards. Oh, you're doing the vault. Well, I've got too many things in the vault. I need to clear up at some point and then liberate the space. And I'll just wait for you here. So whenever you're ready, just... Oh, Zen is there. Look at that. Really cool. We'll take a screenshot of this. Very unusual angle. So we'll do... Actually, we want that ship in there as well. Looking quite good like that. Probably one of the best frames I've had in the game. Really looking terrific. Yeah, let's go to Varix. And hopefully you're gonna be able to get some rewards from Varix, as we're all using our 3 of coins, right? So hopefully something good. I'm happy with that exotic. It's been probably several weeks since I had anything on the exotic engrams front, and I'll do well with my Titan. In fact, I think what I'll do next week is I'll change my character. I had enough now of my Hunter, and I need to be going back to Hunter and to Titan and Warlock, and I need to remember some of the special abilities and all that. So I've been playing Hunter really both in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. And the other, so I've got to really go back to that. Like Zenith said, he was leveling up all of his 3 characters at the same time, and that definitely is... what's this? It says 4. I'm curious. Are we getting 4 rewards? If that's the case, well, that would be pretty good. Well, 83 of coins, so certainly doing Prison of Elders many times will be a must. We want to really spend some of these. There's no point of keeping everything in the stash. No use at all. But some people like keeping the currency in a stocking. Yeah, so what people do in the real life situation, they do in the game as well. It doesn't always work like that. It's a bit like playing a military simulation game in real life and then doing it within the video gaming world. Doesn't always work the same. Where's our friend Varix? He's up there. Who's this? Running away from me.
We are all friends now.
None. No rewards. None. I guess it's possible that the rewards that I was given are the ones I picked up, inclusive of that exotic. That's a possibility. There's just like 1 legendary and 1 exotic, and everything else was not particularly good. Let me just see, there was this guy's Vanguard Champion, automatic rifle, shotgun, okay. And then King's Mantle. I don't think I have any of these. Vanguard Champion. Well, that would be good. King's Mantle would be good. Let me see if I can pick it up. Need 1 legendary engram, which I do not have at the moment. Kel's Cloak. Yeah, that's pretty good as well. We need to get some of these cloaks. Have you got any cloaks of that kind? Dead Fang I don't need. But this Dead Fang's good. Gill of Light, Scabbard, mind you, Void Forge Guard as well. So with that sword, you're actually protecting any damage applied by void weapons, right? Arc and Solar. Oh, I see. It's less effective against void attacks, and it's more effective against Arc and Solar. All right, fair enough. Need to get some legendary engrams. Then I'll be able to pick them up. I need to remember that. So, yeah, I think that's probably it for me for today, Zenith. I think that's about it. 7 o'clock. I need to get ready for swimming. Swimming starts earlier today. Been streaming for already about 5 hours. So it's been a very good day. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thanks very much to Zenith for helping us out and being here live on the stream, and hope your stream was equally good and thoroughly enjoyable. Hopefully many people came to your stream too. We did have a problem today, similar to a few days ago, not right from the start but later in the afternoon, as King Goathlon, you know, the big Destiny streamer, he came in. They're actually doing a series of charitable streams, part of that convention, and he comes in at a certain time of day and does Destiny. So at that point, more than 2,000 people, 3,000 people gravitate towards him because he's one of the biggest Destiny streamers, and therefore we don't get the same sort of traffic. But it's not a big deal. People need to watch a variety, and on most other days we get really very good traffic, and I'm quite certain that earlier in the day we had quite a few people, as I've seen the numbers popping up. So it's been very good, and most people just listen to me presenting everyone with the news and community-based content, but all very good. I'll take a screenshot of this as well. That's looking pretty good. So thanks very much to Zenith. Thanks very much to everyone for watching today. Thank you for the channel. Also do remember our fundraising and the charitable campaign that I'm running at the moment for the Mind charity, a UK-based charity that is helping people who are suffering from mental health issues and emotional difficulties, and they provide services in the form of individual group counselling through their volunteers and professionals. And if you really know someone who is having such difficulty, or if you want to be directing them to the Mind, then that would be greatly appreciated, because everyone will benefit. If you want to get involved, if you want to learn more, or indeed you decide to donate, you can just click on a link which has been pinned to the very top of my chat, and all the information is there for you. In addition to yourselves, if you keep that link, being able to watch the stream, and that stream is not going to be using as much bandwidth as the Twitch app. Just remember that. The reason that we've got it on the link is to make sure that people who are streaming, I should say people who are watching our stream, are not using up their 5G or 4G allowance in full. The app, if you watch videos, is burning up a lot of bandwidth, a lot more than what you have on the link. The link is just simply through the browser, therefore the resolution is not as high. And Zenith says, thank you very much for today. It's been super fun. It has been, absolutely. It's been really good fun. We had some interruptions. A couple of times I had emergency calls, and we also had the crashes with Baboon and Weasel. But we got through it, and I think we learned how to deal with it just simply by popping in and then carrying on with the activity. I think our community members are also pretty well used to it, as well as other Destiny gamers. People complain a lot on Reddit about all these kinds of problems. So I could see that Zenith just dived. Once I get Sekapupu back, Zenith, he has I'm not sure whether it's a glitch or whether it's a trick, and he has the way to which he will be able to deep dive into the hole which is in the middle, right? So I'll show you where the hole is, up here, in there, right? Like that. He knows how to deep dive to the very bottom. So I'm not sure what he does, but he was training people. See this one there? Yeah, in the middle there. Yeah. Like there. Down here in the middle. There. He does, he does that, and once he comes back, then I'll bring him in to do a bit of a tutorial for anyone who wants to learn it. I mean, I have it somewhere archived. It's been a few years back since he was doing it last, but we had at one time, I think, a 3-piece and about 10-12 people watching, and then everyone coming in to have a go, to try how to do it, and to learn the trick. So that was really quite good fun. And I need to re-rope in a few people who were not back since I resumed my streams, but I'll send them personal messages and find out what's going on as to why they're not coming. There may be various reasons and circumstances as to why that is. Again, I want to thank Zenith, I want to thank Gail and everyone else. Hello. Thank you for supporting the channel, our charity, and all we do here. Most importantly, supporting our community. Hope you guys are enjoying it as much as me. And I've not decided whether I'll do anything tomorrow and Sunday. It's possible I'll do a bit of it, because I think the weekend streams could be a bit different. So if Zenith is up for it, maybe we'll do a bit of Destiny 2. I need to catch up with the weekly content and other things. And I need a variety, I've got to say, because if we keep hammering COS and weekly story missions, etc., it gets a bit repetitive for me. But I know that people really like doing Destiny 1 more than the sequel, but I've got lots of things to do in the sequel which still need completion, and I need to work also on my Warlock. I guess maybe less on the Warlock and more on my Titan, as I didn't really play much on my Titan in general. So a lot to do. We can obviously swing, we can change, and we can try out different things, and I think we'll probably do a bit of community-based session, advertise it overnight and see whether anybody else wants to join us, which obviously would be very, very good. I'll also say to everybody wants to join us. We do a nice community session, a few of us, of Destiny 2, and that will be that's right, yeah, there is a dead ghost down there. Zenith is telling us that there is a dead ghost right at the bottom. Sekapupu knew how to get the dead ghost, but he also knew how to get to the very bottom without dying. Everyone else went, dived and they died, and he knows how to do this. So I'll ask him to come in and provide us with a session. Actually, I'll ping him a message straight away, ask him, what's up and how things are. So okay, thanks very much everyone. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you had some interesting bits of news coming your way through all I said earlier to the wire, and also through our Reddit postings, all the comms on what's happening in the Destiny universe. As I said, we probably will be back tomorrow with something, so I look forward to that. We don't have really very good weather outside, so no time for me to stroll. In any case, I want to get that degree of regularity and continuity. We don't have to have lengthy streams on the weekend, but we can still all catch up. But I think what's important is for the weekend to have somewhat different format. That's the most important thing, to provide a variety, and I'll have to work out exactly what to do, and also I can ask our community to come up with suggestions, so I'll be able to see what people would like to watch, also at what time. Sometimes people are busy with their families, friends and outings and activities on Saturdays and Sundays, and therefore it doesn't really make the stream very much worthwhile if we don't have many participants. That's something I don't like. I really don't like doing. I don't like doing these solo streams where I'm just playing the game as if I was doing it by myself. Anyway, watch this space for further news. I'll let you know all tomorrow. You'll be able to see, and leave the channel on alerts. So whenever a channel comes on, you'll be able to get your alerts to your smartphone. So thank you for that. Thank you for supporting our charitable fundraiser. Thank you for watching. I shall see you all tomorrow. I wish you all a very good night and take care.